All right, here we go. Look at that. I figured it out. Welcome everyone to Hash Church 5.0 episode 6. Episode 6 today. So I'm going to let Soma in. He's waiting in the room right away, so I'm going to let him in. There you are, Soma. Okay, getting this all sorted out. I'm all excited. Hey, brother.
Hi, bro.
Dude, it's so nice to see you, man.
You too. I watch you through the internet all the time. I watch your progress since day one. Since
Thanks,
day one,
brother.
I still have that water pipe I got from him. I never broke it. You remember
Does
that boat?
Yeah, that was like I think you ended up getting a Jason Lee one. It could be a slinger, but I think you
I
got like
think
a
it's Jason.
yeah, like a rare double bubbler Jason Lee, dude. So
Yeah,
welcome, man.
I love it. I love
That's
it.
awesome. Well, we just started the show. I just went live. It actually went live properly where the link was supposed to go live. I was a bit nervous because it was kind of giving me some hard times, but I'm going to do something that someone asked me that maybe might be a nice thing to do for new people watching the show, which is what is Hash Church? Why are we here? What are we doing here? You know, because when people don't know and they just randomly join us, so this is just a show that I started about 10 years ago, and I invite people that I know from the industry to come in and have chats about all things cannabis. I've known Soma, my goodness, for I mean a long
Going on
time, man.
24 years. Going on
I was gonna
24.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
24 years, man, which is
23, definitely.
incredible. And
Yeah.
I so miss visiting you at your apartment
I
in
miss you
Amsterdam
visiting
and
me too.
making brittle and fucking hash and
And I'm
hanging out
telling
with
you, my
crystals.
favorite of all the different things is still organic water hash.
Beautiful. Well, you always had great flour, great organic water hash. You always had your finger on the pulse when it came
Now
to
I gotta light
Amsterdam.
some up. If we talk about it,
I
it's
agree.
I'm trying to get on my headphones, but yes.
Hey, Wade, I can hear you. How's it going, brother?
It's going all right. As you heard, I'm trying to get my headphones set up. And yeah,
Well,
I've
we
had better
appreciate
days,
having
but
you,
I'm looking
dude.
forward to our conversation this morning.
Well, that's what these days are for, man. They're to make your days that aren't so better to try and make them better, dude. We're just sending you good vibes. We know you're going through it. We know that you've had a long journey with this, and we just don't want you to do it alone, man.
Let me say, hey, Marcus, this is Monica, Wade's wife.
Hey, Monica.
Hey, listen, I am so deeply appreciative of Hash Church, you guys. It's so good for Wade, and it's a passionate topic for us. And I just love you guys. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Monica. We appreciate you guys as well, and it's equally as good for us. And people love to hear from Wade and hear how he's doing, and it's just yeah, it's important. So we're like I said, every day that you guys show up is a day that puts a smile on my face. So, and there you are, brother. Hell yeah. Do you guys know each other, Soma? Have you ever met Wade and Monica?
let me see him again.
Used to have a pretty big beard just a couple weeks
I know
ago. We
that
trimmed
guy,
it down.
Yeah, I think
Etienne.
we might have
I
run
know,
into each
I
other
know.
at some of the cannabis events in the Bay Area. You
How
look
old
like
are
you're
you?
my brother.
How old are you?
I'm in my 70s.
Me too, but how old? We're in your
I
70s.
just turned 72.
I just turned 75. But I like the 70s. I feel something special in my 70s. You know what I mean? Don't
Hell
you?
yeah.
Are you a grandfather?
I am 4 times over.
I'm 3 times over, but I love being a grandfather. I love
Isn't
being
it
a papa.
amazing?
Yeah, it's like watching your offspring grow, any of your offspring, is one of the best pleasures I know.
That's awesome. You know, when you said I love my 70s, I'm not 70, but I was born in
You're 80 something,
73.
right? Huh?
I was born in 73, so I do come from the 70s.
73 is the year of the ox, like me. I'm an earth ox. What about you? What kind of ox?
Geez, I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to look
Oh,
into
look
that.
that shit up. You might be a water ox. I'm not sure. I can't remember now.
Wouldn't that be classic if I was a water ox?
But
Welcome to Etienne and Colin, who've also shown up here in the room.
What a
Hash Church.
fine man. What a fine man, I have to say, that guy.
Howdy,
Much
Loved
love to-
everybody. Soma, I had a chance to meet you in 2010, I think. Marcus, remember when my band played the High Times Cannabis Cup 420?
Did I bring you over there or what?
No, I remember when we first kind of linked, I was just finishing a tour in Europe, and we like for some reason just ended up just taking our last week to hang out, and we were like, where do we go? France, whatever. And I was like, yo, I kind of want to go to Amsterdam. And everyone's like, cool, let's go. So we took our last little bit and ended up in I believe in Adam Dunn's shop, and I saw your bags and I was like, yo, I was like talking to my bandmate. I was like, yo, it's my buddy Marcus's stuff. And I guess someone overheard me, and they literally put me on the phone with you to see if I was real or not. And you were like, yo, Lemon Cake Colin, what's up, dude? And we just ended up linking. And I remember Soma, you had gotten some herb from him at the time to smoke, and you invited me back to the hotel. I think there was a bunch, like Great Gardener was there, a bunch of cats were there, and we were all just smoking on your herb, Sama. And everyone was asking me what I thought, because we're all just keen on flavors even back then. And it was really just a good time. I just remember that. And then meeting you we had just finished playing and you were about to get on stage, and I came up to you and I was like, hey man, I'm a big fan of your work. You probably are like, whatever, who is this guy? But
No,
it was all those years ago. And it just, again, I from a New Yorker to a New Yorker, much love and respect to your work.
When I was young, I always wanted to have a dimple in my chin. I used to try and force it. I wanted it so bad. I could never make it happen, but I'm just telling you the truth. I really wanted one of those. You're so lucky you got one, because I wanted one and I couldn't get it. But...
genetics, bro. I don't know. It's one of those things. It must be that European influence,
Dude, today is such a good vibe already. I just want to say happy birthday to my 21-year-old son, Tosh Hayes.
Oh.
He turned 21 today, and shout out to Tosh. I'm sure he won't be watching this, but he's getting a shout out anyway. Love you, buddy.
I love sons and daughters and grandsons and granddaughters. I love offspring, man. They're the treasure. They're the real treasure, man.
Well, dude, you know what?
You know what I love about
that, Soma? I love that you write poetry about those things consistently. I follow your poetry, and I quite love your poetry, man.
I love writing poetry. I can't help it, man. I can't help it.
Yeah, as you shouldn't. You shouldn't help it. Let it out.
Marcus, yeah. No, it's all, I remember when you text me when I had my first child, you're like, now you're a real breeder, bro. I'll never forget it. I was like, I just started laughing out loud.
And how old is your child? How many?
I have two. I have an just turned 8 daughter and a 5-year-old son. So
I have a 48-year-old daughter. I have a 48-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son.
No way. That's amazing, man.
Up.
Congrats.
Yeah, I couldn't help.
Yeah, you took a bigger break than I did. We did, I think my son's like 13 years younger than his sister, my youngest son. So we had that break right there. But
yeah, but
your break
breeding begets breeding.
That's it. That's it. Hey, welcome Dutch in the room.
Good to see you, Dutch.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Dude, you got that crispy regenerative hat, dude. I lost mine so long ago. I think I lost it in Jamaica.
This is crispy. I got to get your new one. I got a couple boxes I got made this
Oh,
winter.
You got nice eyes. You got nice eyes, bro.
Oh, thanks, dude. When I get them really, really faded too, they just kind of sparkle.
That's awesome. Very good. Very good. And Etienne, you had quite a weekend. I saw you were hanging out with Rob and visiting like hemp fields
I love
and
Rob
stuff.
Clark. I haven't seen Rob Clark in so long. I love that dude. I still got this.
Right?
I still got a few masks hanging on my wall that I got directly from him. But I haven't seen
I
him.
miss the Tollstrat days, man.
Yeah, right.
So if I told you it was an epic week at the USDA's cannabis farm, would you believe me?
Yep.
There's the United States is growing 500 different varietals in 600 locations. And I visited one of them run by Cornell University up in upstate New York. And we were given full access to the field. And so Rob and I basically every morning got up at the ass crack of dawn and went down and waited at the gate till security to open the gate, and then went out. And if you see on my Instagram and some of my others, those are my phone shots. Those aren't the ones with my camera. I brought my Canon D1 with me, and I took over 1,500 shots because there's so many unique ascensions that we saw. We saw this one varietal that I spent 45 minutes yesterday trying to find in the plot, which is a cannabis genetic that grows on the ground. It doesn't go up. It grows along the ground. Now, I have a lot of pictures. I will show you guys this. I've not gone through all my pics yet, so I'm not.
He's talking about Skittles, bro.
A lot of show and tell today. But
Etienne, was that varietal showing any like anti-science or any hues of color by any chance?
well, there's a male and a female. But here, let me get to share screen here.
So the
How
reason I asked
dioecious of them.
in like 2001 or 2000, maybe it's 2000, maybe it was 99. We had grown a plant that was very much like it was, for some reason, it just grew across, like it grew diagonally. And then all the flowers became dark red purple. And it wasn't the best plant. It grew exactly like this. It's insane.
So we also found a male that grows just like this. It really is. You can see the stalk in there. It's a solid 5-inch stalk in there. But as you see, it just grows across the ground. This would be an amazing cascade plant. As you can see, there's other plants above it. It literally just hugs the ground. It does not reach up. And we found the male for it as well. But
how does it smoke? How does it smoke?
Like fiber.
We had to bring our own. Yeah. That's just we didn't smoke anything. We were just going through. They already gathered the data for all these trials.
Looks exactly the same.
But I had just never seen a cannabis that grew like this.
Rob,
he had seen one in Nepal. That
58 years I didn't.
Never heard of such a thing. I would have had a hard time not leaving with a clone.
I will tell you, dude,
again,
it
500
exactly the
different
same.
ascensions, so was able to, and everything's marked. So I'll just stop there. But
that's a great picture.
That is a great picture.
They're also doing density trials. So they're growing all kinds of hemp varietals. They're growing it to see CBD, THC, all the above. So they're culling the data. We'll get that data, but there were various industry people there. They did show us their decorticator, which is absolutely a clusterfuck. Basically a whole bunch of different machines on the back of an 18-wheeler. As Rob says, Git always tells him how every 20 years hemp gets rediscovered and the boys with the toys show up. Well, that was definitely very evident there. However, the people at Cornell, very professional. They gave 3 different field days. One was a cannabinoid field day. The other was hemp. And the other one was a private by invitation only, which Rob and I and Mojave, Ali, and Caleb and others basically went through and saw. So it was an intense couple of days. I literally got back last night at 9 o'clock. And I'm just a little bit still kind of tired, but more than anything, just hanging out with Rob in a garden for 3 days, fucking priceless. Just to share time, smoke, and just to see the different ascensions in the garden. And then we were given special permission to go photograph at any time because they already did the data out of I guess they're doing 30 different acres of everything from density trials. Now, last week, ladies and gentlemen, we discovered the wonderful thing called septoria. Well, you ever have that thing in life where you learn a word and then all of a sudden everything just shows up at your fucking doorstep? Septoria this week for Mojave and I. It was really like, well, are you
I
fucking
don't
kidding
know
me?
that word. What does it mean?
So septoria is
It means death.
yeah, it's a disease of the plant that seems to show up in upstate New York, usually due to water splashes,
Splash.
bad circulation of transpiration of air, and therefore it causes a black to brown spots surrounded by yellow. So we visited fields that were half intentionally infected with septoria and others infected with white powdery mildew. So they're calling one kind of white powdery mildew hemp powdery mildew and then a white powdery mildew. So there's two types of mildew. So they found Ursa alta and Ursa grande. Both genetics were immune from septoria and white powdery mildew. So they were, again, doing trials, density trials for hemp densities, every type of varietal out there, gold compote to you name it, that's out there for farmers. And then they brought out a harvester, which absolutely butchered the plant. Is basically every 3 feet they had a cutter. And now they are doing things. They are cottonizing the hemp and they are weaving it into finished products already. So they are looking, they found different mills around the United States who can take the twine and then build off of that, which is then build it into the finished fiber and fabric, etc. So they're looking at every aspect. A third of that garden was type 1. There was definitely type 2s and type 3s. These were donated germplasms that have been donated by individuals to the USDA, and they are still accepting. So people's unique collections from around the world have been submitted and are continuing to be submitted. And from that weight they have received, they grew those 500 to 600 ascensions in the 6 different locations around the United States. And yeah, they're going to continue to look at it. So we're gathering data, a lot of information, and then they have to cull through it. They were fascinated by this plant. Happy to have Rob and other experts around, and they want our expertise. They want our input. They want to do things right. They want to ethically do things and move things along in a way that everybody can feel good about. Now, we know everybody's not going to feel good about everything that they're doing, period, end of story. So the fields that we were in, they allowed, and a lot of my pictures are a lot of males. I've never seen so many ascensions of males, literally nearly 1,000 different males all at once that you can wander through next to the plants. There's intentional pollinations. There's pollen boxes in different areas where they're, doing forced breeding. So yeah, the USDA has cannabis and they've been doing it since 2017, but this seemed to be the first open air trial since what they've been doing since 2021. And then people were invited, and some people are going to the other research facilities around the United States next week. Somebody actually saw my pictures like, hey, go to the one down. So there's a lot going on, and industry has been invited. So they are participating. Experts are. We're there and educating them as well as they're educating us on their methods and methodologies. So for Rob and Mojave and all of us, it was an amazing networking situation. We saw Suman from University of Mississippi. He seems to, we think, have taken over for El Soli. So he said that they were growing 22% THC plants this year.
Wade had his hand up.
My brain went bullshit, but at the same time, I'm waiting to see more. Wade, you've been so patient. I'm sorry. It's just so much to cover, and I've only literally scratched the surface. Rob may pop in. I know Mojave is, but everybody's traveling.
Well, I'd love to just see Rob.
He sends his love.
Sure.
Wade.
Yeah, Etienne, I wanted to ask 2 questions. I think you said the Department of Agriculture is in charge of this research. And then secondly, is there an individual who's making choices about which plants are which ones are which ones are next to which ones? Because that's going to involve which seeds get created and which lines and et cetera, et cetera. Is someone guiding this whole process? Or is it literally an open field?
That one field that I took a lot of photographs is an open field. They're just growing for ascensions. There's different plots that are doing all those different things that you were talking about. Yes, it is the United States Department of Agriculture is doing this shit, and they're doing it with the help of agricultural universities. I know LSU, Alabama, UC Davis, Oregon, Washington, Carolinas. So there's a lot going on, and of course we were up in Geneva, New York, which is it's fast. It's all farm country. It's a quiet place. People don't even realize what's there. Have no idea. So Colin, you had a question?
Yeah, no. So I've worked with Cornell, Etienne, when I first got my hemp license in New York State before any of this stuff really took shape. They mandated in New York that you work with them on a research study. So Cornell has been doing this for a very long time and working with a lot of other farmers like myself. And they have really intricate data that most people don't understand that they do have. And they have really great guides. Like I just posted one in our internal chat. Should probably put that on the hash search chat.
I did.
Yeah, that's a great guide for those that are growing in the state. They have a ton of data. My whole life has been surrounded with this idea of powdery mildew. Like I woke up early this morning and I was telling my wife, I was like, look, you see this little bit of dew right here? Once the sun hits this, that's instant powdery mildew. Instant. And that's literally what we deal with on a daily basis from these months on. And it's due to the barometric pressure and the dew points that we have to deal with, and how that it's dry right now. Like there's no rain, but in the morning there's a dew point, so there's an inflection point. So when it's dry like that, the sun really creates that environment. And then the septoria aspect, it's been here all along. It's just that if you didn't rotate your sites, you just really had a lot of trouble because it stays within the soil, and you need it to kind of you need nature to kind of happen, and you need it to kind of regenerate, so people aren't really looking at it from the right lens sometimes, so it's really tough.
I recommend cleaning up the site and tilling 3 feet down as best as possible to deal with the problem. Somebody recommended last weekend, they were discussing using like kombucha and air. Rob was skeptical of that concept and that idea. And there's my brother from another mother who got to spend all kinds of time eking out with. I just so you know, Mojave, I just showed them the picture of that plant that grows along the ground. I'm not going to go any more further show and tell.
Just so you guys know, I've been trying to get on. I've been listening, and right as I was about to join, my son came up and said, "Dad, can you cook me breakfast?" So I've been listening on my phone to the whole conversation, man. Yeah, so good to be here.
Right, well, Mojave, my friend, my business partner, we were there with Rob. What was your assessment quickly of the that 3 days of hemp immersion?
It was like you said, it was intense. It's a lot to process. I mean, we're all so invested in cannabis, and we all really want to see it ushered into the next wave in the right way. And the one thing I can say is that the people who are in charge are good people. They're really smart. They're really smart, and they, like Etienne said, they're open to our input and they want to do the right thing. That being said, it's government funded research, so there's dynamics there, and obviously right now, like the big focus is on fiber and grain. But up to 30% of the accessions were type 1s. So they know where the market is now. They kind of know where they kind of want the market to be. And and they're trying to put a lot of research dollars into growing the cannabis industry. So it's a real crazy intersection, you know. And then it's Cornell and it's USDA, so there's a lot of dynamics there. The research that they're doing is vast, you know, but at the same time, it's kind of weird for us because we come with a lot of experience, you know, with watching with Etienne and Rob with all their fiber experience, you know, it's like there's a little bit of that, you know, like I guess I'll just in a nutshell, they can't move forward on research because there's a vacuum of research from the past. So instead of taking all the anecdotal stuff that we all know and have experienced and industry's done and stuff, they can't just take that and say, okay, let's move forward. They have to backpedal and they have to go back and say, well, let's start over and let's really do this. Let's do it from the ground up as best we can, because that's how research, you can't get funding for a research project if you don't have the data to justify the project. So there was weird things like, you know, there was like, you know, young Cornell students giving presentations on post-harvest that were just like totally weird. It was like, oh yeah, you know, if you hit it at 160 degrees, it really kills all the microbials and it's definitely the safest way to consume cannabis. That was hard, but you know, but that's because those were students. There was no body of information, no published body of information for them to draw from. So they had to base their research off of like multiple scenarios that we know are crazy, but then they're presenting it in that, you know, and so that was a little bit of the like, man, we've already gone through a lot of this and let's just move forward. And same on the hemp harvester and stuff, like Etienne mentioned, like there's some things that were just like, well, maybe this isn't the right path to take, but this is the path they're taking. But all in all, it was just incredibly impressive. And the people who came, all the meeting of minds and just the intersection between policy and agriculture and chemistry and horticulture and all of that, it was really inspiring. It really was. You know,
those must be some of the only non-CBD hemp fields going in the US right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, I mean well, actually other research bodies are doing the same thing. I mean, the weird thing is and here's the trippy part, Marcus, is like we asked and you know, we're not saying anything that wasn't public, like the gentleman who's basically in charge of this this big presentation was asked, you know, what percentage of those accessions are type 1s, and he said from 20 to 33%. Right? But here's the weird part. Every time they talk about drug type, they'd call it a CBD plant or a CBD type or CBD architecture, CBD morphology, you know what I mean? So it's embedded in the whole government research side that you don't talk about THC, even though we know that the drug type plants, whether it's CBD or THC for agronomics and all kinds of, it doesn't make a difference. So they just put it in their lexicon, just call it CBD when we're talking about drugs.
It's like their safe space, right? It's like,
it's
it's safe here because it's you know, we're here in this CBD world, you know.
Well, I worked on a project once, and like all the architects and all the people that were like on the other side of the fence, all of their paperwork all said CBD for like a indoor.
Just remember,
like, oh, it's CBD grow.
these are scientists. These are not stoners. We're the stoners who showed up to help guide and discuss with them.
Yes.
You know, personally, there's people like Connor Stevens and
I was gonna say Connor.
You know, I can invite him in. We were hanging out. I mean, it's nice to see him get his due. He caught a lot of shit, I'm gonna say it, from his professors back in the day for doing what he's doing. And he rode out that fucking storm, and I gotta give him huge.
Wasn't he like even further down south? Wasn't he in Kentucky or something? Or
he's a Cornell grad, and when he started there was no hemp program. So he was pushing in tissue culture. So he was pushing to get that done. And so Connor invited us on this trip, and we come back, and it's a trip to walk through the Cornell campus and the lab with him and the tissue culture room, and they go to all this stuff. And that when he first started there, it was so taboo, and everyone's like, oh, that dirty hemp plant and blah, blah, blah. And now to see it just turned into this big, massive thing with all the support and everything, it was really, I think, probably pretty cathartic for him, but probably trippy just to think like, man, these are the guys that told me it was just a dirty stoner plant, and now they're all got their big fancy presentations and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
the guy who was against him is the guy running the entire program. So that's the irony of it all. You know, sometimes just for you that are watching, the fight's worth it. Sometimes you have to fight, but eventually those will embrace you, including his professors that really fought him. Now runs the entire Cornell cannabis program. The irony is so thick, as we say, we're choking on rust.
I watched all that happen with him. I followed him that whole time, had a small relationship with him. We would communicate here and there. And it was, he ended up helping out SOgouda too, didn't he? Didn't he get involved with SOgouda in some way? Okay, so we're definitely talking about the same
He
fire.
worked for SOgouda, and now he's
Yeah.
off. Him and his partner, Ginny, have their own company now, which is, hold on.
Awesome. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I remember Connor coming on Clubhouse and we all chatted.
Yeah.
And he's a great kid. He's really very, very smart, really understands it, surrounding himself by the right people.
Absolutely.
I think he's doing a good job.
I wanted to ask Soma a couple of questions because we got him here and he's not always here. And I haven't heard like good Soma stories in so long in regards to just sort of breeding. So I punched into ChatGPT, like, hey, I want to come up with some great podcast questions for cannabis breeder Soma from New York, but lives in Amsterdam. And then I put in crystals, cats, empathy. Dude, you should see the 13 questions it popped out, dude. They are pretty like, this thing's getting scary. Yeah, I'm going to roll some of them for sure. So the first one is like your origin story, right? It's like, you know, you've become this completely legendary cannabis breeder. Can you share the story of how you really first got into cannabis breeding? You might want to start with how you got into cannabis, but you can certainly start with how did you just start making seeds, and then what led you to Amsterdam? I think I know that answer, but the first part I'd love to hear.
Well, you know, it's like from my first moment that I smoked some cannabis when I was 18, I fell in love with it. Before I knew anything about medical cannabis, before I knew anything about getting in trouble for it, before I knew any of that stuff, the minute I smoked that first joint and I felt it, because I was never really very much into alcohol, but that cannabis, I felt it right in my heart right away, knowing nothing about it. And we became best friends. And we never stopped being best friends, no matter what any government tried to do to me. And I've had so much problems since those days with governments in cannabis. And I never stood down because I always knew it was such a beautiful, beautiful, sacred substance that healed me and other people I knew. Plus these pants I'm wearing, this is 100% cannabis. I don't wear any other pants but cannabis pants, but cannabis. And look at these people on the laptop here. Look at these souls. Every one of them, I wish I could hang out with them and go to the sauna with them and smoke our brains out and do some mushrooms or bufo, or you know, it's like, you know, I'm like, but look at them. Look at these people. Look at them. Look how beautiful we all are. Look at this. We're heroes. I lost you. I lost.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm here.
No, we gave you space to speak. You know, yeah. I met you in what, 95, Soma? And
yeah.
You have been always there for the breeders, and those who I call heroes, I'll call you friend. And I'm happy to have shared time and space with you. You have always been a cannabis person that cannabis people seek out. What do you think that is about you that so many, as I call them, deep cannabinoids, look, you're kind of like that yogi sitting on a hill somewhere, that except you're at sea level.
Well, you know, ever since I first got into crystals in 1985, crystals kind of got me into looking closely at stuff, at any stuff that was in front of my face or in front of my heart. and like this, let's say, this is a concretion, but it's got this gold nugget that formed on the top. It's totally perfectly crystallized. But I love looking close at stuff because sometimes if you don't look too close, you can miss stuff. And if you're talking about different types of powdery mildew, that's a perfect example of like how you have to look close at stuff, because you just have to look close at everything in life if you want to go far into your heart. Because if you look outside in the world, you can get lost. But if you keep going inside in your heart space, in your heart chakra, in your soul, then you're only going to find yourself. Especially when you get older like me, you start to think about that stuff more.
Well, you also bear the responsibilities, the ethos, and the ethics, and the integrity there, such as we're riding that fine line. I was just hit up by my friend Kenzie, and I wanted to report also about, we just had that Grocht Treaty, right, which is about biopiracy. And definitely, I would have to say some of what we saw for sure in that garden for the USDA was biopiracy cannabis. And that will have to be, dealt with in its own way. And the world bodies in those countries with those land races. These are things that and it was our responsibility to communicate to these people so that they understand, look, you're young scientists, but you need to understand there's a bigger world out there that people have been stolen from. People have been outright had their knowledge bases ripped out from them. So these scientists understand that, realize that they can only deal with what they were donated. Like I said, many people donated their germplasm. So that ability for righteous justice has yet to see its day and its light. And we have to look at the Aryans and of the world who have a sort of a coming to. They had a brief in time and space where they're able to profit off of other people's places and genetics, but that time has come, and now what will happen from that, I don't know. But we need to also remind those bringing it up that these genetics come from stolen peoples and stolen lands, and we have a responsibility to right that. So again, that fine line that we have to negotiate between educators and that integrity litmus. And Soma, this is where I thank you and Jack Herrera and Dennis Perrone and others for not only instilling that, but walking that walk so others like myself can have that torch to pass to younger generations responsibly, so that we're doing it right as best as we humanly can, given the ungodly injustices that we have dealt with over the decades, right?
Yeah, indeed. That's a mouthful, Etienne. I still want to hear the breeding origin story though, Soma. You said how you first smoked cannabis and you absolutely loved it right away. I was very similar. I was about 14 when I first did it. I liken it to the scene in Half Baked with Chappelle, where they smoke the first joint and then they go into the little store and he's hugging the giant Abba Zaba bar and he's like, Abba Zaba, you my only friend. The moment of like those, like how well that was filmed and written was like right out of my childhood, like in a bizarre way. So I totally relate to that. At what point in time did you go from this to like, I'm going to put males and female plants in a room and make seeds for people?
Okay, so 1967, I started smoking it for the first time. When I was working at IBM, I got turned on to it. As soon as I smoked it, I became good friends with it. But then 1970, I moved from New York to Vermont, to southern Vermont, in the mountains. So I was finally in an area that wasn't very populated. I didn't know anything about cold climate, warm climate, anything about cannabis like that. But I was in a place where cannabis could be growing in the mountains in a secret spot without telling many people, and you could get away with it. But at the time, I was living in this boarding house on the second floor with my girlfriend. It was just a one-room apartment we had. The bathroom was in the hallway. And every time I would roll a joint, they were all the weed had seeds in it back then. So every time I would take a top of a shoebox and roll a joint, I'd throw the seeds out my window because I just didn't want them in my joint. So in the springtime, I went outside after the winter and I looked outside my window and there was like 20 little cannabis plants there just from me throwing the seeds out. So I said, shit, man, I'm bringing these up on the mountain. I'm going to fucking plant them. So I went up there because my friend had a little lean-to set up and stuff. And I planted 20 plants up there in this really safe place in the mountain. And then all of a sudden, I got that green fever that you get when you watch cannabis plants start to grow and you go, wow, this is, you feel the sacred magic that they hold, even if you never smoke it, just looking at them, it's like that the way they dance in the sunlight and they move their leaves facing the sun. And you watch that and you go, shit, I want to become a fucking farmer, at least to this stuff. I don't know about the harder stuff, but you know what I mean? It like for me, it just did it to me. And then the more I learned about it and had it heal me. Like when I was a kid, I stuttered so bad, I couldn't say one sentence good. And here I am. I don't have that problem no more. And cannabis had a lot to do with it. It did. It helped me get my thing going.
Your mojo. You got a great mojo, Soma.
So
That's so
bro.
cool. That's so cool. That what a great way. I didn't know that story. I didn't know that you were like accidentally the Lorax. Like that you were just
and then
like
I got busted for those plants and had a 1-year probation I had to do in Vermont. And I had my own organic bakery at the time. And once a week I had to go to the probation officer and I brought them a loaf of bread I made. And I never got in trouble that whole year of probation, got off of it and never stopped fucking with cannabis.
So the minute you planted cannabis, you got in trouble for planting cannabis.
For the crop, I never harvested it. The cops
You saw the double-edged sword of that magic
right
that
away,
you saw
right
in the
away.
plant.
I go, holy mackerel, man,
Yeah, that's incredible, man. So what, are you breeding much these days? Or you just you've got your seeds out nonstop?
Nonstop, and I got great helpers. I got such beautiful friends. Friends are priceless.
That's for sure. So what is your what do you, I mean, obviously I suspect you're prioritizing flavor over potency, but is there,
Well, we got stuff happening in Thailand right now. We got
okay.
seed crops, phenotype crops. We're like using the freedom as much as we can. I never even been there once, but
No.
not yet. But
Well, I bet you Ed's waiting to host
Ed,
you.
I talk to Ed all the time.
Shout out to Ed Borg, who's
Love
also
you, Ed.
rocking.
Love you, Ed.
What an amazing soul. I met Ed a few times. He's great. Like he's infectious, that man. What a character.
He's one of the good ones for sure. Well, that's good. You're breeding, you're putting some more flavors out there. You definitely have some iconic flavors. There's no doubt about it. Like the Soma New York City Diesel, the Lavender, the Buddha Sister, SOgouda, like just lots of great cultivars over the years that have just also, I will state, not all of them, but a lot of them are spectacular washers. They just make really great water hash.
Because I love water hash. That's what I'm smoking. I love it. I mean, like when it's like super good terps and good quality and organic and grown by a fine person, man.
Dude, and you were always such a diplomat when it came to the bags. I remember back in the day, Soma was probably one of the first people that actually embraced me in Amsterdam, while the majority of people were defending their love of Mila, and I don't blame them at all. Soma's also great friends with Mila. A lot of people were defending Mila, and I took the brunt end of it. Soma, on the other hand, had a very cool way of doing things, which was he's like, hey, when you're over at my house and it's your crew, my bubble bags hang. When Mila's over at my house and it's her crew, my isolator bags hang. And he told me that so long. I was like, dude, that's what's up, bro. Like you're a fucking real dude, man. Like that's not what everyone would do. There was always these picking sides. Someone's like, no, I'm not picking sides between Bubble Man and Mila. I'm gonna be friends with both of them.
I
So I
love both
appreciate
people.
that.
I love
Yeah,
both.
I appreciate that, Soma. I really do. A lot of people were all only too eager to fan the flames between the two of us, and I had a nice visit with her when I was in Toronto recently. She actually met my son Tosh. I went for the Frenchie event there that was happening, the
Uh,
high tea with Frenchie.
uh,
So shout out to
yeah,
Frenchie as well.
yeah, he was beautiful.
Yeah,
So
he's definitely his passion for the hashin was not to be doubted.
what
Oh,
a
we
smile.
thought if he was there in the garden with us. Here, let me see. Do I have a Frenchie would have definitely been loved to have hand rubbed some of that stuff for absolutely sure. Rob and I were saying that. Do you remember that, Mojave?
Yeah, it was epic. Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, your mic sounds way better, Mojave.
Good. I just learned how to do that too. Thank
I
you.
don't even know why I didn't mention it for like the last 5 episodes or whatever. I was like, damn, Mojave's mic is so clear and loud. And then finally, someone in the chat was like, his mic is about 25% louder. If you could just, I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't I just let him know? He's like capable. He'll fix that
And
shit.
it's also I'm the youngest of six. I have four older brothers.
Wow.
I when in a conversation, it often turns the volume up.
That's hilarious. So Benjamin just said, also, Soma's New York City Diesel is a backbone of many of the CBD varieties out there these days.
Yeah, I was
wasn't
gonna ask. I want to hear the diesel story from Soma.
Yeah, I asked
Okay,
Marcus to ask that. I'd love to hear it, Soma.
okay, here's how it started. Do any of you know who Ja Levi is, a musician?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
know him personally. Nice
He's
guy.
a good friend of mine. I've been friends with him for 35 years, I think, since 91 anyway. And so he moved to Amsterdam after I moved to Amsterdam, and I helped him get a place and stuff. And he had some seeds that he got in New York City that he said it was his favorite seeds, his favorite weed he ever had. And he gave me 7 of these seeds. So I planted all 7. They were all female. And I found one that I really liked. And I crossed that with the Afghani Hawaiian that I had, that I already had growing. And so I had that Afghani Hawaiian that I crossed with this seed that Ja Levi gave me. And when I finally smoked the blend and started cloning it, because I grew up in New York, I decided and my first dog that I ever had was named Diesel. That was his name. I decided to name this strain New York City Diesel to remember my first dog and to remember New York, where I first smoked cannabis. And that strain was never it never got me the stonedest, but I always loved the terps. The terps healed me and healed everybody that I showed it to. And it was a great yield. It wasn't dense. It was always kind of airy, but it can make a big plant and one of my favorites. a lot of people's
Someone had a
favorite.
question. Someone had a question about the Afghani Hawaii. Was that from Shanti Baba, or was that something you were sort of just working on?
Let me see. It could have been. I can't remember exactly where I got that, but I was hanging out with him. I was hanging out with
I
him.
also, hi, Soma. I also developed a Afghani Hawaii.
Wait. Now I see who that is. My bro. I love you, bro.
Well, I loved you too, but I don't know if what you're talking about was mine, but I did it an Afghani. I think I called it Hawaiian 7. It was a cross of Afghani #1 times Hawaiian 7.
I don't remember that particular one, but I sure remember you. You had such a lovely, tremendous effect on me the whole time I've known you.
Hey, hey, Dave, Sam, I want to show you something. I kind of want to show everybody that. This is the overhead shot of that one particular garden that Mojave, Rob, and I were in all week. That's the overhead.
From a drone.
Yes. That's the USDA garden in New York, Sam.
It's all industrial hemp, correct?
No,
A third of those were type 1, type 2, and type 3. They're growing all, and top of that, all their males too. They popped it all. Mojave?
yeah, it's a random planting, Sam. The way they did this, they just to create they didn't want to have any variables that favored towards one population or another, so they just randomly planted. So you're just walking through 500 accessions of landrace varieties, some donated, and it's really impressive. But the thing that was so wild about it was the variability. I mean, it was just.
Was it all
They're not
cooked seed stock?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're not producing seeds with that crop.
They are, but they're not. They're not breeding traditionally. They're basically, this is like, let's put these populations out. They have this big, massive open population, and kind of as a display and just as a kind of. I think they were more interested in the data collected from this population. Obviously, they let them breed. They let them pollinate. Well, put it this way: they let them pollinate the entire valley or the entire region because there was just clouds of pollen of every known, landrace variety that they could find. But they're also doing breeding. They even had F2s from last year that I'm not sure how they got. I don't remember what that was about. But they had a section that was the F2s from last year that they were collecting plant tissue samples from. And they had big fields for fiber and for grain and density trials and just a lot going on.
Random F2s popping up in locations.
Escapes were around too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, if you're growing any type of outdoor cannabis in that area, you're gonna find it's a bad time.
Hey, welcome to Brian from Best Friend Farms, and welcome to Skunkman Sam as well. I'm guessing you and Soma have known each other quite some time, Sam.
Oh,
Yep,
Sam.
he's like a bad penny. He just keeps turning up.
Same with you, bro. Except that you're a few days older than me, so I always look to you for a great example.
Dude, you should tell the story of going to Soma's the time that you
I should tell it. He won't tell it, but I could tell it.
No, I'm embarrassed by it, but
no, that's an awesome story, dude.
I'm not gonna tell it right now because I love Sam. I don't want to make him
be embarrassed.
I don't want to make him feel bad for one.
Me neither. But when he does, it's a funny story.
It proves that I do love getting too stoned.
Dude, you love getting too stoned more than anyone I know in the world.
Don't keep talking about it because you'll make me tell it. This is a pretty good audience, man. So
that's awesome. Yeah, we got 328 people watching live right now, so that's a pretty big number.
We've all been there, or if you haven't been there, you haven't tried hard enough.
Exactly. That is exactly the point.
Look.
That is so awesome.
Look. I don't know if you can see this.
Hold it up to your camera a little more over, a little more. Now we can see it. You got there some bubble hash?
Yeah, man. Organic.
Ooh.
I wish I
Ooh.
could smoke this with Sam right now. I wish I could tape them
Well,
down.
I think you
Have
know,
them-
so I'm on oxygen 24/7, so
Uh,
I don't go very many places, but you're welcome to come by, but
I'm
you
gonna come by. I'm now that I
Oh.
know that. I didn't know that
Yeah.
for sure.
no,
Uh,
I can't leave the house. Oh, I
um,
can. I've got a portable oxygen machine, but
But you can
it's
smoke hash?
I can smoke hash. I can smoke anybody under the table.
Okay, so
including myself.
I'm gonna get in touch with you
Including myself.
because I need a puff and a hug.
I got lots of hugs.
Oh, and you gotta hug your wife from me because she's the doll.
She said hi
No
earlier
problem.
in the YouTube chat, Soma. She said hi. I meant to pass that hello on. I'm watching the YouTube chat. There's 330 some odd people in
Yeah.
there, and they're just enjoying the show.
How
She
long you been
watches-
married, Sam?
What's that?
How long you been married?
53 years.
Holy shit. That's such a great example. Oh my God.
And she put up with you that long? I mean, that's a saint.
Exactly. That's the key is you got to find a wife that can put up with your bullshit and have compassion for you.
Yours
Send,
is super good at it.
And vice versa.
send her a double hug from me.
Shout out to the wives. That's inspirational for sure. I've been with my wife for 35 years now.
Oh, wow.
But 53 is nuts. I only look forward to the day if I can make it.
Well, I can tell an honest story. I wasn't married the first 20 years. We were just trying each other out to make sure we were compatible. But then we got married, so yeah.
You had to make sure she could trust you, right?
I just wanted to make sure we were a good fit. No, actually, it was I had told her I wouldn't marry her unless maybe we had children, but then we had children, and I still didn't marry her. I finally did 20 years in. I realized, this was probably going to last longer.
That's awesome. Love it. You were mentioning crystals earlier, Soma. I've always connected you with crystals, like since day one, the first time I ever went there, which would have been in the 90s as well. You had this incredible crystal table. How do they influence your life and possibly your breeding practices?
Well, they're very stable. Crystals stay the same shape and size and weight unless you break them for eons. There's not even redwoods and big trees and stuff. They don't last as long as intact crystals, from start to finish. So it's that stability that minerals have made me want to find stable cannabis genetics too, because everything interconnects, you know what I mean? I do healing work with crystals and minerals, and I see where, in fact, every one of my cannabis grows has minerals and metals like copper. I have copper coils in the soil of my plants connected to the plant because I found positive results from doing that on my outdoor plants. I got that. And crystals, for me, they center me. They remind me that there is a real Holy Spirit that exists in this world, no matter what politics does. And they help me spread it.
I've gotten some beautiful crystals from you. You showed me this most unbelievable heliodor probably 20 years ago. Holy shit, dude. Like
Those
a
healing tools.
language is printed on that fucking crystal.
Oh, yes, yes. And what about tanzanites? Have you ever looked at any good tanzanites?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Tanzanite. What was the other one? The purple one from Afghan that
I love them all, but like
kunzite.
kunzite I love. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorites.
Awesome. I got to get to Amsterdam. I'm smiling at the prospects of you and Sam hanging out.
Ooh, I'm gonna go visit Sam because I love him. I'm gonna come see you, Sam. I'm gonna figure out how to.
You're more than welcome. Just give a call first to make sure I'm not at the doctor's office.
Yeah, yeah.
This is-
I have to go to the doc. I have to go to my heart surgeon on October 4th because I had a CGI a few weeks ago. He's got to tell me what that looked like.
This is my cat's favorite toy. He goes crazy over it. If I toss it, he'll run over, grab it, and bring it back to me and drop it at my feet.
I love cats. I only got one cat left now.
Yeah, well, I've had
years,
one
4 months.
of Abyssinian for the last three and a half years.
No,
but
they're not.
he loves people.
Cool.
Mine's a Maine Coon.
And mine's Siberian forest cat.
Oh, those Siberian forest cats are awesome. You always had amazing cats, dude. I can't, like, you're down to one cat.
I had 61 cats born here, Siberian forest cats. And now I'm down to the very last one. 15 years, 4 months old, which is about 90 in cat years.
Life is
My
a trip.
Abyssinian
18.
only lived for 12 years.
Only lives for 12. Wow. I have a cat that's 18 right now.
Yeah,
that's me too.
He
I
looks amazing.
had one that was 21, but yeah, he's in kitty heaven wherever it is.
Yeah.
In our hearts and souls, that's where our pets reside when they pass.
I still got my snake. I'm gonna go
Oh, yeah.
grab her. I'm gonna go grab her for a minute. I'll be right back.
How old is your snake?
My snake is 24 and I've had her for 23 years.
Yeah, well, I've seen it since the beginning.
Definitely. I remember when he got that snake. That was literally just after when I met him. Incredible. What's going on by? What's that, Sam?
I like snakes.
Yeah, well, I mean, you like cats, and cats must have something in common with snakes. They got the slit eye, you know? House cats have that lizard eye, that snake eye. Other cats don't have that. Like big cats, tigers, and lions, they don't have that eye. They have a round pupil. But cats have like the snake eye. They also hiss.
There she is.
Oh, yeah. That cat's been worn around, or that snake's been worn around your neck for decades.
Also, what an escape artist. She's escaped 5 or 6 times altogether in these 23 years.
I can definitely remember at least one of them. I remember so many different things happening. I will never forget in my life the day that I showed up at your apartment. And this is like Soma's apartment. He's slanging, he's doing all sorts of stuff there. And we walk in the bottom door and it smelled so fucking good. Like the most amazing, loudest flavor profile you've ever smelled of Soma's genetics. And it was like one of his employees had taken the flower for the cannabis cup, all his like best buds, and like put it right next to a radiator, like touching the radiator.
Oh, yeah.
Cooked that fucking bud into the air. That was a hard one, dude. That was a fucking.
Well, you learn from everything.
You learn from everything, dude. And I just remember you just being like, I was like, oh my God, like I cannot imagine how crushed he is. That was like months and months of work. And then all we could do was just appreciate the smell of it in the apartment because that flower was dusted. It was like bone dry.
I remember one time, this was like, I don't know, 30 or even longer years ago. I was moving some of my seeds to take to visit a friend. So I had, I don't know, a significant part of my seed collection in plastic boxes. And I put them on top of the roof of the car. And
Oh,
and I spaced out, got in the car and drove off and
oh,
left them sitting there on the street.
oh my God.
About 10 minutes later, I flashed them what had happened, and I drove back, and they were still sitting there. So it ended up really fine. But talk about a heart stopper.
Yes.
Dude, that's insane.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes good things happen, sometimes bad things happen. It's all really just the perspective of how you look at it.
Yeah, that's the important thing, is how you deal with what comes at you. Not what comes at you, but how you deal with what comes at you. That's what open heart surgery taught me, how you deal with what comes at you.
Yeah,
Not
that
what
is.
comes at you, but how you deal with what comes at you. And with
Mortality is an interesting key that life plays on us sometimes, and it is definitely a perspective changer. That is for sure. So what's going on by you, Dutch? Look like you're out in the farm.
Yeah, I'm in a new spot.
Oh,
It's
nice.
been a minute since we caught up. My family decided to move from Washington to Minnesota.
Whoa, you're in Minnesota?
I'm in Minnesota, dude, since April.
Wow.
It was like my wife's from here and her parents are here, and
What's she been telling you about winter?
well, I've been here and it's horrible. And it's the summer that's worse, to be honest. I can deal with the cold, but I'm a Northwest kid, you know. I like 82 is hot for me, you know, and it's fun. It was just like I always tell people the story. We were sitting out on the couch late at night, and this house popped up on social media, and you saw the cool barn. That's why I kind of showed you guys. It's
Yeah,
a bit
looks
rustic.
awesome.
It's like 130 years old.
Nice.
We're right on the river that divides Wisconsin and Minnesota, like about 40 minutes from Minneapolis. And I don't know, like we weren't planning on moving. Like literally the week before, I had popped the seeds I was waiting to pop for like the last 5-10 years. You know what I mean? I had a buddy over and I popped like 2 or 3 racks grand worth of seeds, and just like kind of went deep into some ones that I was like, all right, it's time, you know, nothing's happening. This is the time I can, you know what I mean? And like the next week we saw this house and quickly decided that this was a good opportunity for our family and for the kids to be near the grandkids and just the stage in life. And we just did it, man. We made a quick move.
And what's the law there for growing weed? Like you can do that?
Well, dude, I'm an idiot. It's so they passed legalization, you know, and it's the applications. Yes, the applications are coming out for the rec stuff in January. And sure as shit, as soon as I get here, people are like, oh, yo, what do you do? I'm like, I grow weed. And I just like totally wasn't in my mind that like shit's not normal here yet. It just got me into a little trouble.
Oh my God. Still, people are still getting into trouble for weed. This
What
is
do you
so
mean? I gotta go
unacceptable.
to court. I gotta go to court here in Amsterdam, September 24th from 2021 for 9 kilos of cannabis, which is 4 kilos of plastic.
Just personal.
Yeah, during COVID.
It's a good stash. Unbelievable, dude. You're still
Right.
dealing with that shit.
That's crazy.
I'm always dealing with it. It just comes with my karma, man. But I got courage. I got wisdom too, and I got a great lawyer. And they got a shitty case from 3.5 years ago. They're so hard up. Ugh.
Jesus. Yeah, I guess when you move to Minnesota, you don't go tell everyone, I'm into weed, I grow weed, I got a garden, I got a big, you should come check out my fields.
No, and I showed up with like shipping containers, you know, full of plants, like, you know what I mean? Like I have my library, so I had a couple hundred plants with me inside shipping containers that I had across the country. This is a good story,
Yeah.
and it's now done. So I have these 4 shipping containers. They're insulated. They're packed with. I have a tractor in one. I have like all our household stuff in one. I have all my grow stuff in one, and I have plants in another. And I'm like loading these things up with heavy equipment onto semis, and I hardly know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like scared shitless, like chains. I break in stuff as I do it. And this one young guy sees the holes, where the HVAC came out of. He goes, "What? By the way, what's in these things?" And I'm just like, "Fuck!" And I've got the one on his truck, and it's the one full of weed. And there's another one that doesn't have any weed in it. I'm just like, "This is going down right now. Holy shit!" And I just like go cranky and white American male status. I'm like, "Oh fuck, dude, you want to make me open these things up?" And like trying to throw a little temper tantrum, see where that's going to get me. And he kind of feels bad, and I open up the one without the weed and just kind of crack it. I'm like, "See, dude, this thing's packed, like it's going to fall out." And he's like, okay. And I close it up, and that was that.
Good work.
Jesus Christ, dude. You're just like, yeah, I just putting a container full of plants on this fucking truck to drive across, like, I don't know, 20 state lines.
Golly.
What day is your birthday?
The 22nd of December.
Hey, I'm a 22. I'm 22 August.
Nice.
That doesn't surprise me at all. And James Burton, who grew all the weed legal for the Dutch government, same birthday as you, except he's 1946.
Interesting.
Yep. Not the smartest brains, but a lot of gumption over here.
Oh, 22 is my favorite number, man.
Me too.
Oh, go ahead, Soma.
I also like 1111.
That was the address of the melting point in Vancouver. I was on a beach in Jamaica when my buddy called me and said, "I found your spot. It's 1111." Actually, what he said was, "It's I and I Commercial Drive." And so I rented that space and had the Melting Point Gallery for 3 years there. It was Vancouver's first vapor lounge.
God, you know what? One thing that's cool that's going here in Minnesota is that just reminded me. So they haven't released their rules yet, and they're going to have an edible consumption permit that you could get. So if you had like a retail store, you could have a little patio and sell people edibles. They're really into the edibles and the drinks here, which is actually, I thought was really weird at first, but it's kind of a pretty cool thing, because you can just go into a bar and order a 10 milligram THC seltzer.
That's so cool.
It's so cool. And they're in every liquor store. They're in the grocery stores. And so I went to an event they're doing every Wednesday here. And it was at a distillery. And I thought, oh man, this might be a little weird. This distillery's probably hard up for cash and just going to let the weed heads in, you know what I mean? And I showed up and it was totally popping, really high class. They sent me up to an upstairs bar where they were serving THC seltzers. They would, put stuff on the rim and doctor it up a little bit. And they said, if you're going to consume, you got to go down to the, other than beverages, you got to go to the patio. And I was like, what? And I look out there and there's about 80 people there, just all rigged up, just going for it. It was beautiful. And I didn't understand it at first, but then once I got into the legal framework, these edible consumption permits are really just for that. But any private residence or private business can allow people to consume smoke on their patios, just like they would a cigarette. And so businesses are taking advantage of it. This was in Minneapolis. There's a bunch of them going on, and it was the best vibes ever. It was really cool,
That's awesome that's happening. I did not a conference. Well, I was at a conference the other day and I did a talk. I moderated a talk with a small group of guys, and we were talking about concentrates and consumptions. And we didn't talk as much about concentrates, but a lot of the conversation was kind of how, all of this legalization, the thing that's really hasn't come into play is the consumption, is the ability for us to consume. So, here in Vancouver, we have this one called Book Club, which is pretty awesome. It's, my buddy owns the building and he's got his dispensary downstairs called Burb. And then right above Burb, he's got a recording studio on the 3rd floor, which he does a lot of great recording with some really cool, young hip artists from around the world. But in the middle, he's got this just space, it's like 1,200 square feet or maybe a little more. And he calls it book club, and it's a private club, and you can go up there, and he's got a decent system, and there's music set up, and there's a dab bar, and he just hits up all the legal companies to like promote their products there by bringing samples. So there's, some days there's gummies available and drinks available and dabs available from different companies that want you to try their dabs. And so they're kind of doing this more sort of Spanish, almost private club thing in order to get away from the rules and regulation, because cannabis is legal recreationally. If you have a private event and you have the ability to, clean the air and everyone signed up for it, then you can dab and you can smoke. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Obviously, probably vapor and consumption of edibles will be separated from, I think those are indoor potential activities, whereas the smoking is either going to be in like a serious HVAC room, like a cigar aficionado place has, or out on a balcony, which is unfortunate. I hate to see the people who like to smoke joints always have to be outside.
Yeah, but that's better than not being able to. I mean,
it is.
Amsterdam at the Club Paradiso, they used to have smoking in the event. Then they changed it to one room you were allowed to smoke either tobacco or cannabis. But now that's gone. You have to do it outside before you come to the event, which I find extremely disappointing.
It is. I've been in that room up there. Had a
It's
great
gone, man.
I know, but we had such a session up there one time. Holy shit.
We went to Burning Spear a couple months ago or a month ago, and the room was gone.
Oh, what a shame.
I'm thinking, so New York has licensing that's going to come out that will have just for social consumption and just lounges. I think that's honestly the future of retail. It's where you're going to go in, where someone's going to be like a great record shop, where someone's curating really good eclectic products that are catered to what they believe they want to be catering to, and it's going to be about the space and
so if you want
things that come with
that. If you want to bring your own buds, do they charge you a corkage fee?
Possibly. I mean, maybe that's the way.
It could be worth it. It could be.
I don't know. Or maybe there's spots that don't charge you, right? And you just go to those, right?
I mean, with these Minnesota laws the way they are, it's got me inspired to, similar to what you're saying, Colin, is have get it like a pizza shop that I can curate a plant store out of, allow consumption, on the deck. Maybe put some heaters and kind of do with what I can, and maybe not have to have that legal sticker on it, that says weed on it,
Yep. Yeah. Make it about cultures, right?
And then get someone next door to pop open a small dispensary, that people can walk over or something like that,
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. But I see that. That's, I think that's being in New York, I think that's exciting to see kind of how there's just a lot of things that can be done that a retail setting currently, that's the framework we currently have that we can't do. It's like almost a throwback to what Amsterdam kind of started, like I think of, just all of the spots that I've been to, it's just good community, a good space to grab good curated herb, use it there.
Well, in Amsterdam, you're lucky to find good curated herb at the coffee shops. Here it's wham bam, thank you, ma'am. They dry it in 10 days and sell it in a day or two. So yeah, it's
a lot of the owners don't even smoke it.
Yeah,
you remember Blue Dolphin Haze being like fairly good at one point? Was that? It was like a very blueberry forward haze. And that was like the one that I remember being great. But largely, I think you're right. It's very difficult.
Yeah, they don't want to dry it completely because they lose money.
Got it.
It's the same thing here, Sam. I mean, I'm sure everyone's talked about it, but yeah. I think that in part, the reason hash has really risen up in the last few years is because that's been one of the best ways to preserve the quality, given the markets and the way that things are being done. It's like, oh man, thank God, you know.
Hmm. Hmm.
What could be? Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. Yeah, if you
No,
just
not
drop
to
the
speak,
popularity.
not to say hash doesn't stand on its own 2 feet or anything like that. I just think that that's, you know,
Sometimes hash will knock you off your feet. It's a true story.
And Sam, what about Rosin? Are you smoking much of that?
That's what I'm smoking right now. Some
Okay,
Zim-
I'm gonna
it's-
come to these.
yeah, I like Rosin because I'm not growing. I don't have a greenhouse anymore.
You
So
got karma, man. You don't need a greenhouse right now.
well, yeah, whatever. Let's put it this way. I've never run out of smoke.
Me neither. Well, only in jail here. That's the last time in 30 years. The few days I spent in
Actually,
jail.
if you were a licensed medical user, you were allowed to consume in jail.
I know. They let me out last time because I was about to pull that on them. They didn't want me to get away with it.
And I am a licensed medical user here in the Netherlands. I have a doctor's
Like me.
prescription. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna use ours within the next week, I think.
Well, you don't need one at my house. You're always welcome, and I won't ask you for any paperwork.
Well, I'll bring my rolling papers.
Yeah,
Well,
your papers,
you know,
please.
Oh yeah,
I'm
you
not
don't smoke joints. I forgot. You only smoke hash and rosin. Yeah.
Yeah. I prefer dry sift, but water hash or
Did
rosin.
you have any dry sift? I don't have any right now.
No, you know, when you don't have a greenhouse, it's tough to make good dry sift.
Yeah. Yes.
Dude, some of the funnest times I ever had was making dry sift with Sam.
Oh man, knock my
Yeah,
socks off.
you helped me a couple times, Marcus, when we were doing fairly large volumes of it.
Yeah, I've never seen like 6 kilos of hash get made in like 4 minutes.
It's amazing what that does to you when you see volume like that for the first time. You're just like, it's like this the first time it touches you.
How about this? I wasn't allowed to photograph or post about it or talk about it. So that was even like, I was just like, it was like I saw aliens, but I couldn't tell anyone that I saw the
Well,
aliens.
Something special
I
about
can
that, though,
remember
man. I love that.
making large volumes of kilos and packing them in freezer Ziploc bags. And I still had some a little bit 12 years later. So it was a fairly large volume. And of course, I didn't sell it. I only smoked it with myself and my friends.
Mm-hmm. I can attest, back in the day at the Cannabis Cup, you could follow the matches and the stainless steel screens that made a pathway on the ground right to Sam, like right to him. You could follow it up the stairs. You could follow it all the way up to the third floor at the PAX party house, right into the corner.
That's because
there he
I
is.
didn't like dirty screens. So I would clean them with heat. In other words, put them really hot to burn off any, protection that they had against water or whatever. And once they were clean, I'd use them once and toss them.
Yeah, and they were the tightest stainless steel screens. Like you must have been buying them custom because you just couldn't buy those at head shops.
No, they were too big. And when you have really, really good dry sift and you heat it, it turns into liquid and will run right through most screens, even the really fine ones. I used to put two of them in a bowl. That way, even if it turned into liquid, it didn't run through it.
Beautifully. I want to see that hash you showed, Brian. I'm gonna put you on the speaker so we can actually see it proper, but you have to talk and turn your mic off, otherwise it's gonna stay on sound.
Got you.
There it is. Now you're there.
All right. This is some excuse me. This is grape Smucker's tree. So this is some hash rosin, and it's a 90 micron. Yeah, try to get it in there.
Looks fire. It looks hard.
That's actually super soft. So I try to get a whip on there. Here,
Nice. Okay.
you know, let's get in there.
Looks really nice.
Jesus,
Yeah,
that
baby.
is nice.
This is from last year's sun grown, full sun, full term, no greenhouse. And yeah, had it frozen and pressed it here, washed and pressed kind of later on. Brought it back alive. Hey, I see Soma there. I was gonna ask him what he's smoking, because when I was visiting back in the day, it was lavender, amnesia, and I think some of the NYCD that you twisted in all kind of together, and with bubble hash back then too. But
Yeah,
I think
I got a few nice bubble hashes. I've been smoking this one the last few days. Let me see. This is permanent marker.
oh, nice.
I like it. It's a nice indica. And this one's organic. A friend of mine grew it. It's hard to
Yeah,
break up. It's really hard to break it up, man. You know?
That was all we smoked, and I smoked when we went there years ago, was going to the damp ring and finding your stuff there.
Yeah.
And then I'll never forget holding down this. You got reservations, and I was able to join at this Indian restaurant.
Yeah,
and
man, I still go there. I've been going there for 30 years.
like a huge smoke session. I've never nothing. You know, I was like 19, so it was mind blowing.
Was that like the white elephant or something? Or
No, Magna.
oh, Magna.
Yeah. And also, we used to go to this Lebanese restaurant, and they let us smoke too.
I remember.
You talking about the where we had the Legends of Hash event?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Those people are
Yes.
really, really nice. If
But they're
people-
gone now. They're gone now.
What?
I know. If
Whoa,
people
Simone?
complained, they would tell them to leave.
Yeah, I seen it with my own two eyes. I was at the Artiste with Rob and Dave, and Sam's like, I'm gonna pull out my Ruhr. Like, yeah, you know, Simone lets us have a puff. And I was just like, what are you talking about, dude? And he took a big rip right in the restaurant in the middle of the day, blew out this big bong rip. And this like Dutch couple got like bugged out by it and like complained to him. And he's like, you guys can leave because they're not leaving. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on right now? Yeah,
Well, the
shout out to
influence
the
flies
whole
off,
team.
man, because when we were in, I remember you and I were at dinner at a really good restaurant at the TD building in Toronto, and like you pulled out a rig and you like lit it up right there into the table and just like and then blew it out under the table and it like rose underneath us.
That's how mentorship works, right?
Yeah. I was like, what?
You get inspired by the
as an
mentor.
American
You're
coming
like,
up, I was like,
you're
what?
like, this motherfucker's puffing in the restaurant.
Totally. Yeah,
Well, I only did it in places like the Artiste where they I knew they would not complain. So yeah, because I respect the right to not want to smoke or not want to smell it. It's just yeah, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
Yes, you are. And I think that that is a great sentence to live by.
Sounds like a 49er.
Indeed.
Well, we were both born in '49, as you well know, Soma.
And we're both Leos to boot.
Both hash heads. You guys definitely love smoking great hash. That is the way that I met both of you, in fact, through the hash. The hash has introduced me to some wonderful people over the years. I'm not going to lie. It really has. Shout out to the hash.
Yep. Now I gotta put some in my bowl again. You're talking.
Shout
about.
out to the hash.
Shout out
It's
to the
also
hash. What's
a
all?
shout out
I'll hit something here.
like bubble bags, because before bubble bags, nobody really knew how to make great dry sip. You can make good dry sip, but not the finest. And bubble bags allowed everybody to make hash that bubbled.
They definitely helped change the game. You know, I feel like the water extraction was a big one. Like to me, it was the biggest one of my life in the cannabis world. And then rosin happened, and I thought, you know what, that might even be bigger. Because with bubble, the people that got the most inspired by bubble were the people who made great bubble. And believe it or not, they were far and few between. They were like less than 10%, you know, unfortunately. Otherwise, you know, it's why BHO took off so amazingly,
A
because
huge amount of the rosin made today is from bubble.
yeah, absolutely. It popularized bubble in a new way, whereas, and this is the way I saw it very clearly. When I started making bubble, only the nicest bubble would come out amazing. That 6-star, right? It was grown to perfection. Everything was done properly. No mistakes were made. No corners were cut, right? You know, you can't cut the corners. And what happened is a very small percentage of people were able to produce that, a very small percentage. And other people would produce the shitty sand and be like, how do I get my bubble to melt? And they did not want to hear, oh, you just dedicate your life to the plant, spend the next 20 years making mistakes and learning about the symbiotic relationship the plant has with fungi and the mycorrhizosphere and how that's going to get what you need done for the plant, a fungal intelligence. Oh yeah, or just take that plant and blast it in a PVC pipe with some BHO, and you'll get this golden honey oil. So I think it was easier for people, even though that was so dangerous. And my goodness, so many
dangerous.
people.
I almost killed myself doing that shit.
Oh, dude, I'm glad you didn't. But a lot of people, I don't want to say a lot of people killed themselves. A lot of people blew up and burned themselves, which is bad enough. The few or the smaller amount that passed away, that's, I mean, honestly, I said it from day one. I didn't think that there had ever been anything worse in cannabis since the DEA until like high school kids started indoor blasting BHO and blowing up, because I ended up being, you know, that's when Indra got in touch with me, and he, you know, as we know, John Indra, he was the guy that released that method on Euroid under the name Indra back in '99, the same year I released the bubble bags. And so he felt super guilty about that. And he would send me information about mercaptines and things that were in the oil that were contaminating and all of this information. And me sharing it made me this hugely biased anti-BHO guy, which of course the narrative was Bubble Man's just trying to protect his bag business, which was very difficult to be perceived like that when that's not who I am at all. I was legitimately concerned with young people blowing up. But when you have mediocre flour that makes mediocre hash, you know, blasting it through some BHO is probably the easiest way at the time to make some dabs. Now we have rosin. Now, like, they can just go buy a hair straightener and do it super inexpensively with parchment and a hair straightener. So I got to give a huge shout out to rosin, like Sam just gave a huge shout out to bubble hash. It's reinvigorated the hash world into making hash. And now it's reinvigorated the conversation, because I'm sure Brian is probably putting exceptional hash into his rosin, but let's be honest, most rosin is subpar bubble hash pressed.
And do you remember before rosin, who was it? Compassion,
Yes, I spoke about him the other day.
Stainless steel bowls and a spoon.
Yep, in the warm water, so the bowl was warm.
I did that with my dry sip. It worked fucking great, except for
it was
never as clean as you can make rosin.
No, but that was a super archaic way. And what Compassion was doing, his name's Chadwick. He was taking a spoon inside a bowl in sort of the double broiler, like the hot water was making it warm in the bowl, and he would milk the hash by just rubbing it around the bowl and rubbing the heads and exploding them, and the oil would stick to the side of the stainless. And the wax would just sort of stay together, and he'd keep rolling it until he had a little ball of like almost, you know, very little THC and mostly just wax membranes. Then he'd cool the bowl and he'd shave it with a razor blade. This is all on IC Mag 2008. It's also on my website, fullmeltbubble.com. Compassion, Comphason. And he was the first one to do it. He even called it rosin, but it was just not, it wasn't, the timing wasn't right. The timing was right when Phil, Soil Grown Sal, decided to one day, after being inspired by Nick T, who was taking the bubble and putting it in parchment and hitting it with a hair straightener to create flags, which he would then, slice and dab those flags. And Nick T was sort of fighting the battle in Colorado, and it's why he coined the term solventless, was that dabs at the time, before he did that, everyone thought dabs were BHO, and for the most part, dabs were BHO. Now, this was going to change that. Nick T was like, it doesn't have to be BHO. You can dab hash. And so he created the solventless term, and then he started doing that with the parchment and right. And so I guess Soil Grown had hit, anyone that did it had hit it too hot at least 1 or 2 times and saw some oil come out. He didn't really think about it. He wrapped it all back in. But one day, after, a year straight of making flags, he ran out of hash, and he had no hash. And he was just like, he just put a bud in the parchment and just kind of gave it one of these and opened it up and saw these little drops of oil. And that's when it clicked. Now, the timing for him was Instagram. Instagram had just been building up. It had been, I think it came out in 2010, Instagram. In October, and this was in 2014 of March that Soil Grown would post this on Instagram, and it would spread like wildfire. Less than 2 weeks later, he was on Hash Church, and less than a week later, I was in Barcelona, Spain at Cannabis, showing everyone, Great Gardener, Remo, DNA Genetics, like a huge group of people. I was at Javi's booth for medical seeds, and we were showing people the hair straightener method right then and there. So shout out to Soil Grown and Nick T and everyone that played a part in sort of having that explode. It's why it's important that we have to be allowed to be inspired by one another, and we can't control and hoard and keep things to ourselves. We have to be allowed to do the work. And
Well,
yeah.
what I think most people first dabbed was water hash. If it would melt and bubble, most of the really good stuff all did. And even before that, for maybe a decade before that, I was making dry sip that was 99.9, and that also you could dab it really, really, really easy.
You could.
Even
Dude, it was
still
insane.
in the head.
It was insane. So crazy. So yeah, it's a little history there on the water hash and the rosin. That was and you know what, for me, rosin is even bigger and more special because A, it allows people to make a dabbable product for something that's maybe mediocre or mids or not the top quality. You can still make a dabbable product. My God, if I was 18 or 19 years old and someone just took even some of that like brickweed or whatever and pressed it into oil, I would have been so like happy. I was talking to this guy on the panel the other day. I asked everyone on my panel, hey, what was your introductions to concentrates? And this guy, Cisco, so good. He's like, well, first the guy, I first learned with rosin. He was a young guy, Alex. And then another guy, oh yeah, I first saw the bubble hash. He was by 2012. But this guy, Cisco, he went back to like the 80s. And so they were like, what was your introduction to extracts? And he was like, cleaning out my pipe and smoking the pipe resin. I had to laugh and have appreciation for that. He's like, hey, it is what it is. It's my history. It's where I came from. At the time, it was amazing. It sounds disgusting today, but man, I'll tell you, it was pretty great back then. So shout out to all the different ways that we got inspired by cannabis. How about you, Wade? I'd love to hear about how you were first inspired by cannabis. Like when did you first hit cannabis? I think Soma said 1967.
Yes.
Yeah, my involvement with cannabis is probably the summer of 1969. I was a summer camp counselor for the Boy Scouts, and I was a waterfront guy and taught a lot of kids how to swim. And one of the groups of kids was brought up each week by a pair of scoutmasters who were organizing groups of kids in the inner city in Miami who didn't have the chance to get out into the woods and explore and do that. Anyway, I taught a lot of those kids how to swim. And these two guys pulled me aside one afternoon and asked me if I wanted to go for a walk and shoot the shit. And we went for a walk and they offered me a smoke and it was great. I loved it. And, but I was an athlete. I was a swimmer, hoping to go to school on a scholarship, et cetera, et cetera. So I didn't get very involved with cannabis at that point in my life. But I had very fond memories of that experience and occasional opportunities to share it. And then ended up in the Navy. After I got out of the Navy, bought land and decided to make a living growing organic berries, strawberries and raspberries. And much like Soma's story, tossed seeds out into my garden. And the second summer I had that farm, I had 8 female plants. And I, at the appropriate time, pulled them up by the roots, was doing a lot of reading, trying to figure out what was right about how to take care of the plants at harvest. And I made more money off of those 8 plants, selling them a few buds at a time to people in the mountains of North Carolina than I ever made from strawberries and raspberries, all the strawberry jams and pies and man. But I started getting phone calls from people I didn't know, wanting to know if they could get some flour from me. And that's when I decided to let go of the farm. And I went off to an intentional community that eventually I realized was about Buddhism. And I spent 8 years there learning the practices of that the Buddha taught. And during that time, I also chose to abstain from cannabis because our agreements involved abstaining from all intoxicants. But after I left the community and had my twin daughters and whatnot, life's realities kicked in, and I realized that an old friend was calling to me, and I started consuming cannabis on a regular basis and eventually started growing and indoors at first. Did that for 15 years. What a pain in the ass. And yeah, I don't know. At some point, I think the very first time I really got the medical aspect of cannabis, a sailing buddy, a friend who was a sailor, had disappeared from the scene for, I don't know, months. And then he showed up and he looked like hell. He had these lesions all over his hands and arms. And it turned out he had prostate cancer that had metastasized into his body. And he was a good friend. This was hard. And I offered him cannabis and he took it and he loved it. And he said it didn't help with his cancer, but it made his life better. That was his observation. And it really touched me. You can probably hear it in my voice. And yeah, eventually, I don't know, long story short, Harley Quinn happened, and that really blew my mind. So yeah, that's my story.
Dude, that's an incredible story, Wade. I've never heard a cannabis origin story start with, I was a Boy Scout leader at Boy Scout camp. Like that is so cool, dude. I appreciate that. You know, I've known you a while and I didn't know any of that stuff. So I appreciate you sharing it.
And Wade, when you bred Harley Quinn, you were not trying to breed a CBD variety? Did you breed it before you looked to see if it had CBD?
Sam, just to be really clear, I've never claimed credit for breeding Harley Quinn, much like Soma's story about some of his things. It was a gift.
Yeah.
My hope was that it would be a type 1 hash producer because at that point, for my own needs, I was very much in love with hash and was looking for something new that would flourish indoors. And one of the people that worked with me was a fella from Switzerland who I've been asked not to name names, but yeah, fairly ambitious Swiss grower sent some seeds over. And I sprouted them, and one of them stood out like a sore thumb. And that was Harlequin. And
it stood out because you suspected it had CBD or for other reasons?
no, it was just an incredibly beautiful plant, Sam. There's something about this plant that we all share a recognition of. And for me, that I had seen nowhere near the number of plants most of you have looked at, but there was something about this one in a group of about 20 plants in my little indoor nursery that just spoke to me. I can't explain it. And part of how
no, I understand very easily. I had a variety that was moderately high in CBC. This was, decades ago. And I didn't test it and find it. I just kept it because I knew there was something special about it. And yeah, because I did try smoking it. I wasn't impressed. But CBD and CBC are not what impresses me so much because I'm interested in THC and the terps and the other things.
Well,
Like
like you, Sam, I was a bit disappointed in Harlequin when it first happened because that original plant, I took 2 cuts of it, grew them out, and meantime, I grew that original plant as a mother, and by the time I harvested those 2, I had 60 in 10-gallon bags ready to go into my growing situation. And for the first time ever, I had patients bringing back product I had given them. I had given out flour from those 2 cuts, and people were bringing it back. They loved the smell, they loved the taste, didn't get them high. Did I have anything that would get them high? And I was faced with, oh my God, I'm filling up my room with plants that nobody wants. But one person, one of the people who brought it back said, what are you treating it with? I got metal parts in my shoulder. I've been in and out of opioid rehab a bunch of times. Opioids never make the pain go away. They make it so I don't care that I'm in pain. When I smoke a joint of this shit, the pain goes away. What are you treating it with? And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but that made me take it and get it tested at the lab that had just opened, Steep Hill, that Etienne was involved with. And yeah, when it came back, everybody was all googly-eyed. They wanted to know if I had live plant material. And yeah. And when I realized what it was, of course, like many of you, I gave it away. I wanted to make sure there was as many of them out there as possible. And from 2009 to 2015, if you were in the Bay Area around San Francisco, there were several dispensaries there where you could find clones of Harlequin. And I've let it go since then. I've realized that there's a lot of CBD plant material out there. And my interest really, I never saw myself as a breeder. I saw myself as a medicine maker. And as Soma has called out, a healer.
I definitely considered myself a cannabis breeder, and we consciously bred CBD varieties. I think the first one was in the late 90s that we developed. And it was basically CBD only with a tiny percent of THC because the CBD synthase also produces THC. So no matter how hard you try to get a absolutely only CBD variety, it ain't true. It ain't happening.
What was the results on the Harlequin, Wade?
Let's see. It was a long time ago. Memory says it was something like 12% CBD and 8% THC. It was a 2 and 3, more or less.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
my
Go ahead.
the one I bred was between 8 and 10% CBD and little to no THC, but there was like less than 1% THC.
Yeah, I thought
Interesting.
much as people, including me, didn't like Harlequin for the fact that it didn't get them stoned, when I have had the experience of CBD plant material other than Harlequin, having really remarkable, wonderful effects in my body. And I'm really, like I said, I've never taken credit for breeding it. I will take credit for recognizing something special and then making sure it was available to people. And of course, that drove me to the work that I've done over the last, I don't know, 10 years or so of recognizing that there are children who need the plant and its chemistry. Some of them need it enough that it keeps them alive. And we've had some of them on Hash Church, and I've had the opportunity to help some of those families and children. And yeah, that really opens your heart when you hear a story of a child who's no longer having seizures because of plants or products that you've been able to provide to their family. That's beautiful work.
That is indeed beautiful work. I remember, I think it was Forrester how I met you in the beginning, and Silas and that whole story, and then leading into what you guys were doing together with the creams for those kids that had that terrible skin ailment. Just yeah, it was super heart-wrenching, super touching. It's amazing that a plant that you can love to just get really stoned from, that gives you a great vibe, or a plant that you love just to look at and feel the magic that's in it, like Soma was saying earlier, can also be like a plant that can like reduce just the most unreal amounts of pain and suffering in not only a child, but also their parents, the loved ones that surround that child. That is like that's next level stuff to be able to change that. That is about as real as it gets.
Well, the real tragedy of what's going on with legalization and normalization of cannabis is that need is out there. I mean, it's not widely spoken of, but there are more than a few kids, more than a few people in this world who could definitely benefit from what this plant can do. But the tragedy to me is we're so far from really understanding that and accepting it as a culture. We got so far to go. And it's part of why I'm excited about Hash Church and the work of the people that show up here. We are changing the world. We are changing how people perceive this plant. And ideally, really making a difference that not only helps people that are suffering, but really creates the opportunity for people to celebrate, to enjoy their lives, to recognize the beauty that life is. Because that's one of the other benefits of this plant is it brings you out of the grind and helps me recognize the beauty of life. Wow. Oh, wow.
It's
When all spiritual there.
It's more than just THC and CBD too. It's CBC, THCV. I mean, all of these minor cannabinoids have some sort of use for some sort of medical problems. It's we just haven't discovered them all yet.
Well, I love the fact that the discoveries seem to be in the hands for the longest time of the heads. It's great that the scientists are catching on and they're a part of it now, and we support them, and we love to be able to have lab work and do all that to facilitate, somewhat proving what the numbers are. But it always seems to come down to the heads who are the ones planting those seeds, throwing the seeds out the window and being like, holy shit, I'm gonna grow some of these plants. So it's incredible, really. It's been an incredible journey for the last 30 years or so of having this plant in my life. And I think you're right, Wade. I think it's important for us to gather on Sundays and have these conversations because when we don't, they don't seem to happen. And I know when I'm just sitting and talking with you guys, it just seems completely normal and regular. But when I look back in 10 years, I'll say, whoa, those conversations we were having were helping shape and steer our industry and community. So thank you guys, of course, for showing up.
And look at her, my snake. She loves being on. She's not budging. She loves being. I'm telling you, she's aware of this thing right now. She's just sitting there watching the screen like I am, and she knows
she hasn't moved.
She's into it, man.
Vibes.
That's awesome.
And
that is.
I think I'm going to go now.
Well, thanks for coming on, Soma. I appreciate you, dude.
I love being on here. I love seeing all you beautiful beings. It's inspiring for me. On the 24th of September, send me a nice vibe when I go to court for cannabis because I'm going to change something if I can.
Well,
and don't stop doing what you're doing, everyone. And I'm going to get in touch with you, Sam. I love you, man.
Rock and roll. Come on over.
I will. I'll call you.
Thanks for coming on, Soma. We'll have you
thank you.
Come on anytime. Of course, man.
Inspiring. Keep doing it.
Really good. Yeah, go check out Soma at Soma Seeds on Instagram and send him a nice private message on the 24th. 24th?
Yeah.
24th of September. Remember, he's 9 hours ahead too, so maybe send it on the 23rd at night. Awesome, brother.
Love y'all.
Love you, man.
Oh, nice super chill vibes today on Tasha's birthday. 21.
Happy birthday to your son, bro.
Thanks, Soma. I remember when I turned 21, my dad was like, well, now you can go to jail anywhere in the world. That's what he said to me. Not gonna lie. It's awesome.
It's the truth.
It is the truth.
Oh, nice picture. Have fun.
Yeah, thanks, Soma. Talk to you soon.
Blessing.
Talk to you soon. So many good times visiting Soma in Amsterdam. A lot of people have the same, well, not the same as me, but different stories of going. So many people. Oh, I met Soma in Amsterdam in 2009. One guy was like, oh, the pink girl from America that's afraid of snakes says hi, Soma. I guess she wasn't afraid. You turned her on to a snake that she wasn't afraid of.
Snakes. You always have to be careful in life, but snakes can be some of your best friends.
My snake, I had a black indigo when I was a teenager. It used to crawl up in bed and sleep in my bed because I was warm. And
yeah, they love warm spots.
And my snake was very loving, but I fed him live mice and
have to feed her live mice, and she actually bit me 5 times in the 23 years, but not out of meanness, by accident. They got really clean mouths, though.
All right, okay. I'm just gonna send this link out to Tomas.
I'm going.
See you later, dude.
Love you.
Look at that. When one door is closed, another is open. Boom. Grandmaster LED popping into the room.
Oh, nice.
While someone's popping out.
Say something a bit way back that I just keeps bouncing in my head, so I'm going to say it. On the septoria game, powdery mildew septoria game, fungal disease game, like mulch, like whatever kind of mulch you can get is such a huge game changer. And the more developed it can be, the better it can help. I just moved from, I told you guys earlier, moved from Washington where I had these super developed beds that I could put powdery mildew plants right in the middle of them. It would just eat that shit up. Now I'm out here in a totally different type soil, totally different environment. Septoria is rampant, and it's a sandy soil, and it's really humid here and hot. And septoria started creeping up, and so I don't have a ton of like old mulch, but I had fresh wood chips dropped, and I hit those on top of my soil because it was all I had for a little extra.
Have you used trichoderma?
No, I didn't use any trichoderma. I was coming to the point of what I did use though is I have a food grade lactobacillus that's powderized, and I use that with a little bit of coconut water powder and aloe mixed together, and then I also have a liquid bacillus blend that's also, I could just mix those up in the tank and hit those, and I could see a difference from the patch that I applied that on and to the patch that I didn't, and even more so too. I recently got these. Oops, sorry, my battery did a thing, but I recently got these aeroponic grow towers for lettuce, and I got them to do herbs and stuff for the family, and I couldn't help myself. I had a bunch of seeds there. I was like, fuck it, dude, you got to put them in there, and so I threw them in there, and sure as shit, they all got powdery mildew. No mulch, grown in the hydroponics. They're healthy, looking great, but full of powdery mildew right next to the plants that are mulched with some fresh biology in it. In my mind, that's not a super developed system. It's just what I had on hand to work with it. And so just my kind of whole point in saying this is like the organics. Go ahead.
With powdery mildew, the real key is, of course, to use varieties which are resistant, but even more important, use varieties that are not susceptible, because they both have resistance and susceptibility genes. And if you don't use the varieties that are susceptible, you don't see powdery mildew.
Totally. I agree with that for sure. But even like just to wave the mulch banner harder, like in Washington, in my greenhouse, I have not seen PM for years on varieties that are really, really used to getting it, like Hollywood Pure Kush.
Well, but ideally, you want it to express itself, so you don't. So you either test or no, and you don't breed with them, because all you're spreading the susceptibility genes through the gene pool, and that's no good for anybody.
No, I'm with you on that. I was just trying to wave this banner so hard because I just see so many people that struggle with it, and it's like it's a really easy thing to deal with. In my mind is get a good mulch down, one way or the other. And people are always like, well, I don't have aged wood chips, I don't have this and that. It's just like just having the ability to stop the sporulation from happening is huge. That's what's happening is they're fungi, and in the wet and dry back, they sporulate out into the air. And if you have a good mulch, you're slowly making that transition from properly moist soil to dry air. And in that transition, in those micro transition, is where the beneficial fungi, bugs, all these things happen that make the whole thing lock in. And people that have said, oh, I tried organics and it didn't work for me, I'm always like, well, did you have mulch? No, the boss wouldn't let me do it. It was too messy or whatever. It's 100% the key to making the shit work. I see Best Friend Farms like agreeing, and Wade.
Yeah, I added mulch in this year, layering, just kind of like building from local straw mulch, just from like I went as close as I could to the farm, and it was a little harder to find. It definitely saw the difference kick in like a week or two, definitely 2-week window where you saw the difference in the plant health. Pretty immediate. It was substantial. And then I'm kind of like going back to with what Sam's talking about as far as like, simple approach for me is kind of looking at it as almost field testing with this issue gone for a few years now. And it's no fun. It's definitely here and it lives here, but I'm seeing that small percent of the population, about a 10%, that seems to have at least a heavy fight or an initial resistance that carries on through to the end. But I'm seeing 90% of the plants tried out from the library, from it, indoor carry, and the same kind of number, like the 1 out of 10 of new faces that seems to have either one, either initial resistance or a fight later on. The fight I've seen seeming to be, I think I talked last time about when it flips from like, the vegetative into the fungal rooting situation where it seems to ride the, mycorrhiza, the fungal network kicks in and it overrides the septoria somewhat, but Dutch might know more there, and kind of locking in on some knowledge as far as what I'm listening to and applying myself for inoculation just naturally through compost and different composts that are known to be clean. And anyway, yeah, I've heard trichoderma.
Yeah, I can't speak to the science. That's why I put the conferences on, as I'm a farmer and I'm like, we do this and this and this works, and then the scientists either validate what I'm doing or they say, we'll try it this way a little bit differently, and this is, I've never dealt with septoria, and so this is a new experience for me. I'm like, oh shit. And it was also new for me to not have developed beds, and I was like, so I'm kind of feeling like the pain of a what a beginning farmer might feel, or beginning grower, and those things were really simple and easy to do and help me out,
Do you guys have that septoria out there in Washington, Dutch?
Not really. No, it's more the bud rot. We definitely have a lot of powdery mildew that people struggle with. But bud rot is just so hard. Usually about this time of year, it's drizzling every day and 65, and it's just, there's not much you can do except for genetics, really, is hunt for genetics, which is a great, that was a great opportunity for me for the last, 8 years is I learned a lot, and I have a lot of things that, genetics that I can work with, that are strong that way.
The East Coast can be fickle like that. This year's been fairly good for outdoor, and to be honest, it's been a pretty good one. There's been some things here and there that have been questionable, but fairly good overall compared to last year, for instance, right? And then prior years, I've seen 21 inches of rain in September, and things just go south really quickly. So you get this really big gamut of, of environments. It could, once a hurricane comes, it brings South Africa's climate with it, and it's almost becomes tropical, around late August and into September and even into October. I remember October sometimes, as a surfer, it would just be like so much swell coming, but it was all generated from, just hurricanes. And that, as a farmer growing cannabis, it's really tough to swallow, because it's like, what do you do? And then you have to really select towards varietals that can stay outside, that long. So
are you guys strictly referencing outdoor, or are you guys talking about indoor too?
No, just outdoor in general.
Okay.
Hoop house, if you were doing that with no real HVAC, or even greenhouse for that matter, with no HVAC, it's really difficult to control the VPD. It just becomes a complete peak and valley scenario. So, you just have to select towards genetics, to Sam's point, that actually work. And, that's the benefit of some of these people that have been out in New York or in Maine for numbers of or decades, selecting towards those varietals, because it makes your growing that much more enjoyable. You're focusing on different things, like how can I optimize rather than how do I fight?
Yeah. Well,
I agree. I want to hear what you have to say real quick, Grandmaster, because I know you got something good with the lighting, as I assume. I've been watching your new lights, and I'm excited to hear about it. But I just want to say real quick, with the mulch indoor, it's the same game. Indoor beds, indoor pots, if you have that mulch on there, it stops the whole thing. And the bigger the pot, the easier it is, because you're not letting the thing sporulate. Remember, it always comes down to, in a small pot or in a synthetic environment where you're having those dry backs, they're sporulating in that top. If you look at that, powdery mildew lives in the top half inch, maybe 2 inches of soil. And so that's what's going on, and I'm anyway, sorry to cut you off, bro.
Oh, no, shit. And no, it's all good. Like, I think when even dealing with powdery mildew, especially indoors, and like Colin was just mentioning, VPD is one of the most important factors of keeping it in check. And in most cases that I have seen, in a lot of cases in indoor situations where they're getting it, they're trying to correct it without solving the reason on why it's getting it. And in most cases, like having something like a Pulse Pro or something to be able to read the temperature and humidity the whole time. And what you'll see is in most cases, when I'm doing any type of consulting, it usually boils down to, when the lights are out, the humidity gets too, or the temperature gets too cold with the humidity being too high. And a lot of people really are like, even my whole growing career of commercial growing, I was afraid of high humidity and high temperature. And they work together. With high humidity and high temperature, you're not going to have mildew. And I know it sounds backwards, but that's it didn't make sense to me at first, but then like really having a proper understanding of that, I think will solve everybody's problem. Like it's one thing if you're introducing it, but if you're doing something that's creating it by having a low dew point, it's just something to be aware of. And getting something like a Pulse for $200, what I like about it, and there's other units besides Pulse also, I'm not just saying directly Pulse, I'm just referencing it, is you can put it in there and it boils everything down to the minute. So it's like I can put it in somebody's room within 24 hours and I can really engage what's going on. And it usually tells me all the data I need to know. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. And yeah, with outdoor, like obviously in a greenhouse, adding heat at nighttime is obviously going to be key to help controlling it and keeping your VPD in check. If your VPD is in check, it's not going to grow.
Sure. The other thing I wanted to add on that, and I love everything you said, I totally agree with. I think the PPFD comes into play too with leaf temperature. When you're dealing with the room temperature and the humidity together and how that interplays to one another, that balance is really where you're going to get best resin production and where you're going to get the best expression from that environment. So I invite everybody to kind of dial that in. And I think the Pulse Pro, I've actually used it. I've been on their program. I've done several cycles with it myself personally. I think it's an awesome, really easy to use piece that will help you understand larger pieces of equipment if you're using like Argus or whatever else you move into at scale.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, or whatever it is, like GrowLink or whatever you choose. There's so many things.
Absolutely. I like having actually too, because any type of equipment can fail. And like, even if to someone, if they are listening and you don't have a unit like Pulse or something similar, GrowLink or anything, why it's so valuable is like for our whole commercial career of mine, I would walk into the room to get hit by a heat wave and not know what's going on. You know what I mean? And it's like in the very first minute of your temperature or humidity out of line, it can email everybody on your team. So you guys can like get down there and fix the situation or make sure that everything is running correct. So I think it's one of the biggest no-brainers for anybody with a commercial operation to have two. Don't rely on just one unit, because most people have a controller that controls everything already in your room that will alert you. You always want to have a backup. Any server can go down or anything. Anyways.
Can you customize that email so it says, dude, you're fucking up. Get down to the grow. Shit's going off down here.
You bet you can.
Next email's going to the boss, bitch.
Oh my God, dude. That's so good.
Like, just think of what a game changer that would have been 15 years ago or like 20 years ago. Like when we just, you don't even know about it until you enter the room and you're like hit with that damn wave and there's water dripping off the ceilings.
Yeah, there was an interesting product I worked on a year and a half ago called Bud Scout, where it takes camera forward linking technology. It goes on a track and scans the whole grow constantly, like on every 30 seconds or 50 seconds, maybe every minute or so. And it reports the data back. So over time, it aggregates it and it learns about that varietal, learns about your feeding schedule, and then it compounds the data so you can understand like what the efficiencies are of it. And when you're actually, utilizing the theory that you're putting, whether it's like, I'm going to add more of this or that or whatever, in terms of target feeding. And furthermore, it also alerts you for things like powdery mildew or other constituents that are leaf-borne, call it just infectious things. So it's a really interesting product, but it's, I think it's still in beta, but I think that type of stuff as we move forward is going to be helpful in conjunction with the lights that you've created, for instance. And I remember we had a conversation, I think Dutch wanted to touch on this about the lights that you've created, and then the under, canopy lights that control pest management. When we spoke, I had been introduced to Integra, and I wasn't such a huge, I used them and I thought they were okay, but it did definitely do something, but I didn't quite feel like it did enough to really get behind it and endorse it. But your technology, or the technology that you've harnessed, seems a little bit more well-rounded and a little bit more towards, real pest management. Could you
Yeah.
elaborate like what it is, and
Well,
just refresh even me on what it is?
Well, what I think has happened in the past and why we are the first people to really bring it to is there was a lot of people that were on the right path, but didn't take the time to do the proper R&D, and they started faking their research. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only explanation I have, because I have referenced everybody's research and tried everything that everybody did before we created our own SOPs. So basically the UVC wavelength is 100 nanometer to 280 nanometer. We have it coming from the sun, but it's blocked by the atmosphere. So like we don't have it. You don't experience it here. It's extremely harmful and dangerous to humans. Now, there's a lot of people that are leading or like R&D around the world that are saying not to use it and it's dangerous. And I'm saying they're far behind and they're completely wrong. Just like you can take a blender and stick your hand in there while it's running and you're going to chop up your hand. It can be dangerous to use. But when you have SOPs in the right direction, it's not going to be. And what we did was we went off somebody else's, it was an abandoned utility patent that gave us everything that we went off, and like from 2012. And then we just started with our R&D, and we went down the hunt of making UVC fixtures, and there's all different diodes. They're the most expensive diode too. Like some of the diodes that we experimented with cost as much as $10 per diode. And like, so a lot of people don't realize like the associated costs, the different efficacy, and the different wavelengths. So we made all different types of units with all different types of brands that have all different wavelengths. And out of all of them, one of them we stumbled across had a much higher efficacy than everything else. And so then we just kind of went with that, and we're still like, we're still developing it as we are going. But as soon as we got it certified in the United States, we're allowed to sell it as a pesticide light. We felt it couldn't be held back anymore. And we like the SOPs are going to be continued to develop. But as it sits right now, if you have a thrip infestation, we can come in there and in 8 days, wipe it out without a predator, bug, or pesticide. And that breaks every single rule of growing. And it's extremely effective against spider mites too. In the very first couple of days, we've had feedback. All the R&D that we initially did was 10-minute treatments on spider mites, which was in some cases enough to beat them if it was only a very small infestation. But when you took like hundreds and had hundreds of eggs and let them establish for 36 hours, we couldn't beat them, but we could slow them down dramatically, easily 90 to 95%. And within 21 days, no webbing. And what's incredible when we were looking at some of the documentation is what they could do in 12 hours with healthy mites that are hungry. They can come in and totally chew up your leaves and disrupt it so much. And then it's just incredible to see what, like 7 days later, that after they've been getting hit with it, how they're just kind of walking around, not doing the regular thing, not setting up shop. It's like, I believe that in a few years, that UVC will replace like 98% of pesticides in cannabis growing in the commercial sector. If it's not our predator, there's going to be other people that are going to be coming up with this and are going to figure it out too. It's not like the only really advantage that we have is we have a utility patent on the way it's delivered, on how it's mounted. And so that kind of gives us a pretty good protection if someone someone's going to have to come up with a different way of applying it.
What does UVC do to predatory mites? Does it kill them?
It definitely, it disrupts their RNA and DNA. So it just wiped them right out. So like, the only thing that I like hypoacis, like I've had hypoacis, and it definitely, I know they like to spend majority of their time in the soil, and they do kind of walk up on the pots. You don't really see them on the plant. It definitely doesn't disrupt them, or something like a rogue beetle. Like we've seen people using them, but if you have something like Swirsky or any type of, anything that's going to be mobile on the upper plant, it's going to affect them, because when the lights go out, we use it in the middle of darkness. And even though it's not enough to disrupt the plants, it's like a massive spotlight to little soft body insects that are then drawn into it. And
so it has no effect on photoperiod.
No, it does not.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty incredible, man. We were, it was a hard one at first when when I was even first doing the R&D to just drop them in rooms that were in flower, but we had already tested it, like, and we've tested it using it for like a couple hours at a period to the point where it's damaging. Like we had a timer fail, which led to us making a discovery that you can systemically emit the UV into the plant. And at the same time, it was a really good thing that it happened, because I realized if we didn't take some sort of precaution, we could just kill people's crops if they had their timers fail. So we've made it so that if your timer does fail, it can only run for 15 minutes, and then you have to shut the power on and off to bring it back on. So I was very thankful that that actually happened. You know, sometimes it's accidents. It's kind of weird how it can happen.
It
Yeah,
makes sense that it wouldn't disturb the photo period. Didn't you say that this specific wavelength of light doesn't make it through the atmosphere? So the plant would not be sensitive to that frequency.
No, well, no, it actually, the reason why it doesn't disrupt the wavelength is because of the wattage is so low. It's just not enough to wake it up. So for every 16 square feet, we're only using 10 watts of power, and it's underneath too. It doesn't matter if it's up above, it's not enough to actually disrupt it. But it, you know, you would think that's a pretty good theory though, that it would make sense.
Yeah, because we used to keep our plants vegetative with just a 60-watt agricultural blue bulb that was on 100 square feet.
That's what they do in Colombia. When you drive through the mountains, you see all
I
those
mean,
little light
really
bulbs.
low. And all you have to give, depending on the cultivar, is anywhere from an hour to 2 hours in the middle of the darkness period.
No,
Really low levels will disrupt photo period.
and that timeline of the UVC is so much smaller. It's like preventatively, it's like 5 minutes. If you're really fighting an infestation, you might be doing 10 or 15 minutes a day.
Yeah, do you know what, for other people too, because like there's definitely people, even with me telling them that it's concerning for them. And I can understand always trying something new. And one thing to counter is just like do it 2 minutes after the lights go out then, or right before the lights come on. If you were kind of feeling nervous about it, yeah, you definitely could do that.
No, that's a good solution.
But yeah, it's been pretty exciting, just like in the results in the very first week, because I've made it kind of clear to people like, hey, yes, this is a solution where we can come in and wipe out a thrip infestation, but if you come in there and you got webbed spider mites and everything, this is not going to be a cure that can take out that. You want to use it from the beginning. And, you know, someone using it within 1 day of using a 50-minute treatment, and they put the light very close to the mites. He's like, we have killed mites and disrupted them, and they're super unhappy. And I'm just really excited because other people are going to evolve all different types of SOPs from this point on. And yeah, I'm excited to see what it's going to do.
It's an amazing thing because it gives an option to people that maybe don't want to, but will absolutely spray poisons on their plant to protect the crop, to make sure that it gets off. So that's a nice option. It's kind of like the Rosin BHO thing, right? Where, okay, well, now you can still make dabs out of your mediocre flower or whatever, but you can do it with a hair straightener instead of a balm. And so this is kind of similarly, like, instead of using those options, you give options. I know, as someone who doesn't grow a ton of weed, but I like to have my tents going, that the idea of having a couple of 5-watt bars in my tent as a preventative, so I don't have to worry about like infestations coming into play. And you know, I've had people, oh, I'm worried about my, you know, my dog, and it's out in the, you know, in the greenhouse. I'm like, these are on for like 5 minutes a day as preventatives. Like, you don't have to overly worry. It's not going to kill all.
You don't want to be under him for 5 minutes a day, by the way.
No, but he's not going to. Like, he thought they were on for like hours at a time, and that his dog might end up out there. And I was like, it's 5 minutes, dude. You just keep your dog in the house when it's on, let him out when they go out.
That's the solution.
Yeah, that is easy solution.
Yeah, and nobody should be in there in the middle of darkness anyways while it's being on. And you know, what was kind of interesting also with this, in some of the R&D we did, where we couldn't beat the spider mites, like where it was a really bad infestation, but just using one spray of Lost Coast plant therapy at 35 mils per gallon with 35 mils of 99% ISO, with one spray with that, and then using the predators, completely eradicated. So that, like, I'd like to think that for every 10 sprays that you're doing, you could limit it down to one. Like, so you could cut it out.
I've
90%.
never been able to completely eliminate spider mites or russet mites or broad mites. Once you have them, I can control them, make it so there's very little economic damage, but I've never been able to completely eliminate them once they were there.
I can't wait to see them actually tested on russet and broad mites, because I think they're going to be even easier to beat. Just they're so much even smaller. Like, I can't see how they're going to be able to take it. I don't think.
Well, they hide though in the cracks and nooks. They don't come out as often, so they'd have to come out during the bombardment of UVC.
Well, you would just bring them. The beautiful thing about them is with our how they're mounted, you can bring them to anywhere in the plant. So if you actually saw an area that was infected, you would just bring it within 6 inches and blast them. And just, well, like if you wanted to get it close, where if you saw the signs of the leaves kind of talking.
Yeah, but they're underneath the plant materials. Not, I mean, they're not in plain view. They're hidden in nooks and crannies. I'm not sure they're going to get dosed, but maybe.
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they're attracted to the light, because most insects are attracted to light. But I still would like to. I would be shocked if they're going to be able to take it. But it's going to be interesting to see. Like, we have a major university with the Dean of Agriculture that is in charge of assisting us with the white papers and all. It's a very big study, so it's not like something that's happening overnight, or even it's like a couple months study. But it's really exciting.
It'd be great to know, I agree with Sam. It's like, it's almost nearly impossible. And if it is, it's almost luck, to get rid, especially russet and broads, like, cause it's an endophyte and they just have a completely different structural integrity in terms of like its life cycle and what it responds to in terms of the pest management and its resilience. It's actually, I don't know. I'm sure Sam's seen far more than I have, and I've seen I feel like some unbelievable scenarios where it's like you just have to start over, right? So
that's what I've always seen. But until I went to Thomas's and he showed me his thrip infestation, and I was like, "Oh, dude, like this is fucked. Like you're not gonna get rid of these." And then he was like, "Well, just come by with your macro camera in a couple of weeks, and you can see." And I went there and I photographed that crop. I looked at it from a distance, photographed it with, my phone, no massive bug damage. Yield didn't seem to be affected. We made bubble from it and got like 5-star bubble that was over a 20% dry yield from the Death Bubba crop that it was. And I'd never seen that kind of thrip damage not end up in like catastrophe where you're just like, oh, you're going to have to just like start over, man. Get what you can get if you want. But this is one-way damage. And, then he shows me the video of him, like, I turned the UVC lights on. They were really new. And he turned the lights on and he had them mounted underneath pointing up. And there was like a plant on the corner of his table that was like leaning over. And there was a couple of branches that were not getting hit by the UVC light. Well, I swear to God, every fucking thrip in that room seemed to be on that branch. So another way to potentially deal with insects like this would be to have a plant in the room that is not under UVC light. You put your UVC lights on, and I swear every one of those bugs will find that plant. And then after a couple of days, just take that plant, get rid of it.
Yeah, I had actually done it. I had done a leaf strip, and I didn't. There was a couple leaves that I missed, and that's where they all went into that one point. And I think that the one point I just wanted to bring up, what like Marcus said, and well, Colin was just bringing up how hard. I find the same thing with thrips. Like without using like a systemic nasty pesticide, they are very hard to beat. And like
thrips are relatively easy to get rid of with biocontrols and predatory insects. I have no trouble getting rid of them at all.
I'm sorry. In Canada, with what we're allowed, that's registered with Health Canada, it can make it a little bit challenging. I guess I should say, like with a lot of products.
Most of my products I got from Culperts.
Okay.
What about nematodes? Can you allowed to use that in Canada? Because that's what I've found. Like I've had no thrip problems, honestly, since I created this nematode program that I've been on, and literally I feel like I feel like I'm invincible.
It breaks up the life cycle.
Yeah. exactly. Well, they feel it, they feed on it, and then as you go through
mulch does it too, and it's
yeah,
because it
you mulch it.
gives
Yeah.
the right atmosphere for the nematodes to live. Same with the stratiolaelaps or the hypoacis. It's, for them to continue on, they need that right moisture, and they eat on the eggs, and so
Yeah, you just eat them right up. But the russets though, different story. I'd love to see you guys really go in on that.
does it hit the aphids?
It's extremely effective against aphids. We actually have some video documentation of it. Within 3 days, there's because I took kale plants that had hundreds of them, and within 3 days, there's a trail of them leaving the plant and dying. Within 14 days, over 90% of them are dead on the plant, breaking down. But what I didn't get to finish saying is with thrips, they have about a 30-day life cycle, and we were thinking that, okay, we just disrupted originally them the ability to reproduce, and then after a month we're wiping them out. But it's like as soon as we just turned up the light for longer, it's like it just took them out and quickly. So like I don't have all the science and all the explanations behind it, but I could tell you that as soon as we get it up to 15-minute treatments in a room that is big plants, we can wipe them out without any pesticides or predator bugs, and they hide. Like here's the thing, at 5 minutes a day, it almost gives you 98% protection, but we can't kill them. They're still, no matter what, you'll still be able to find living ones down below or off to the side. Not really anything that's relevant in your top 30 plus inches, but we couldn't kill them. And it's like the second you just turn it up a little bit longer, it's like it does something, and they can't take it, and they're gone.
Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's definitely, I just like the innovation of the cannabis industry, from the way we make resin, the way we press resin, the way we inhale resin, the way we grow resin, the way we prevent crop loss. It's just puts a smile on my face. I'm not going to lie.
I always called myself a resin breeder.
Yeah, well, you were a resin breeder. A trichome farmer. Remember trichome farmer? Anyone?
Yeah.
I do. Is he still around?
I think he's in Switzerland, in Zurich. He's been there for quite a while. I remember him just being like, "Oh, my parents are Swiss. I could get a Swiss passport." And I was like, "That's cool." And then like 6 months later, he's like, "I'm moving to Switzerland." And for a while, everyone was going to Switzerland, so it was cool, in the early Breeder Steve days. And so I'd visit him all the time when I went to Zurich. Hey, welcome back, Etienne.
Dude, Switzerland's going off. I mean, they're on their 10th government trial. I think they're now going to allow for on-site consumption, cafes, and sales in their 10th trial. They are being very quiet. They're not flaunting their shit. They're not. They're like, come to Switzerland and
they never do.
Doing it in a way that those who are paying attention are really going, whoa, because that's what Germany is going to do. They're as I stated, Switzerland's in their 10th trial, right? So they've had small series of trial. Back then they started off with hemp in pharmacies. Remember, way back in the 90s? Well, that's where it started. And so now Germany, I think, will just go that same path. They've allowed for
Switzerland. They actually started with pillows.
Yes, correct. I sit corrected.
I remember the pillows, 2001, 2002. I'd roll around with Steve and we'd throw like a couple of kilos into a pillowcase and he'd like staple it. And then we'd go to like these shops in the southern, area of Switzerland, in the Italian area, and meet these different shop owners that would buy the kilos in the pillowcase and then open the pillowcase and then put it in smaller pillowcases like eighths and quarters. And it was, the Swiss were going off back then. People were growing football field size crops like all over Switzerland. Most of it was rotting.
And people were selling clones up the yin yang.
Oh my God. Shanti Baba was selling like 30,000 clones a day. I remember him being in a silo with a train that came in and out of it. And he was on like the Ticino news. And I remember seeing him on there going, wow, this guy's fucking kind of crazy. And at the time, he had just had a daughter. I had just had a daughter, and Breeder Steve had just had a daughter. They were all born within like 13 or 15 days of one another in 2001, April, March. timeline. And so I said to him, I said, dude, I'd love to, we should all go and get together, you, me, and Steve. Like we all just had daughters type of thing. And Shanti was like, oh, Steve's kind of a heat score. And then like 2 days later, I saw Shanti Baba on the TV with a mountain of weed behind him with like train coming in and out of the silo. I was like, dude, that is a heat score. Holy shit.
I love the area, Lake Lugano there.
Oh, it's amazing. Lago Lugano. Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, we stayed at the best hotel on the lake, and
I've been there. The presidential one.
I loved it. It was really, really nice.
I rented George Bush's suite in that hotel.
Yeah, you did.
What
Yeah,
kind of a bud is that behind you, Colin?
Oh, so this is the New York City garlic, man. This is a cross I made in Brooklyn in around 2010 to 2012. I worked it. It's
What were the parents?
garlic bud.
Only garlic bud was the parent.
No, so garlic bud times NL5 Thai. Or no, it was skunk 1 Thai NL5 times NL5. I'm sorry. Which was yours, Sam. Had to have been.
It looks a bit hazy.
It's not actually. It's a very indica forward varietal. That's a lower that I just thought was really interesting, that that much resin was growing off of the stalk or the stem off of it.
Yeah, but the heads on it are really small compared to the heads on the flowers.
Yeah, it is, but it's a very good yielder. It yields around 4 to 5% for washing. So it's been
It just looked pretty. Looked a bit like purple haze I remember from the early 70s in that photo.
Let me see. I have a flower shot of it too. So there's the flower. You see that?
That looks quite different.
Yeah, so that was a lower. See, it's interesting how light plays a role.
It's even like the photo was kind of reminiscent with the black background, the first one you had on, almost to like there were these playing cards back in the day with Cambodia and like all these different cultivars. And there was a haze one that was a similar picture. It was very like just, I saw what Sam was seeing when he mentioned it.
You know what's funny about that image? That was such an inspiration when I first saw that image. I think that was Ed Rosenthal shot that, or Mel Frank, one of the two. It's either Mel or Ed. And that image, I think, yeah, this composition, again, history, right? And influence. It's funny you bring that up, because I wrote
I gave Mel Frank those haze seeds.
I wrote to Mel and I told him, I was like, when he did an exhibition in New York, and I went and I just was like, look, I had him sign the book that I've had since I was a young guy, really young kid. So those were your seeds and your varietals, huh? So beautiful.
Wasn't my variety, it was original haze, which was bred by two friends of, well, really primarily one friend of mine in Santa Cruz, California.
Cool. Yeah, yeah, it's a great varietal, this one. I really enjoy it. We've got
Totally random. Sam, do you know anything about the pink lemonade from Santa Cruz?
I know nothing about it. So many varieties have used my varieties as foundations or part of, and I know nothing of pink lemonade. But unless somebody brings it to me, I don't go out and look for other. I have so many fucking varieties, I'll never be able to grow them all the rest of my life.
What about Calio, Sam?
Well, that came from two growers. Well, actually, one grower bred it in Northern California. I got it from him in Sebastopol at one of the hashish festivals that was going on pre the high times. And it won. What was really important at those ones were bag look, and it had it. And I liked it because it was quite citrusy, and that's what attracted me to it. And he gave me permission to run with it and reproduce and sell the seeds. I gave him skunk and haze seeds in exchange.
I remember the Calio distinctly on the forums, the AE77 cut that came with like a Blue Widow cut that I got, an NL5 Crippy cut, and a couple other things. I think a Chem Dog cut, and that
it was sure a nice orange smell.
Yeah, it was like the most unique out of all of them, to be honest. When it made the biggest impression on me at that age.
What was interesting with California Orange was it made it times skunk was a hybrid that I produced millions of them, but of those seeds. That's what was selected for the I forget the name of it now. I'm sorry.
Tangy?
Yeah, Tangy, correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's another amazing one. It has unique properties.
I like Tangy a lot.
Yeah. It's slightly different than the Calio. It's really cool though. It's got a different.
It's even more citrusy.
What are you holding up there, Brian? Are you holding up some Tangy? Or something similar?
That didn't look like Tangy.
No Tangy here. That was GMO crossed with my gas mask, a new pheno. It's nice and perked up. It's like a GMO leaner. Try to get it in there.
Nice.
Yeah, throws tons of hash, leans on the GMO side.
Yeah. GMO's a good just a good skunk. Such a
Pretty
good
much, yeah. It's kind of thinking skunk lines. That's modern day kind of skunk work right there.
Yeah. That's awesome.
We're so lucky to get the flavors that we have access to, it's really quite something that this plant, I mean, think about this, like, yes, blueberries are amazing. They taste like blueberries, and bananas are amazing. They taste like bananas. And yeah, there's different cultivars and you can kind of get different kind of blueberry flavors, but you pretty much always know it's a blueberry. But cannabis just has these unbelievable novel flavor profiles that seemingly have an endless pit of potential and possibility in them that you just kind of can't believe it. It's and then flavors reoccur. For me, I loved the Rene back in the 90s. I loved the Rene. It was just this beautiful combination of skunk and haze, and it was so fruity and it stunk so much, but then you'd like burn it and exhale it and it would smell like that haze perfume in the air. And I didn't see it for years and years and years. I knew Great Gardener had some cuts, but they just never seemed to come out the way I remembered the pure Rene being. And someone gave me a jar when I was in Toronto last for Frenchie's high tea. And someone gave me a jar called Honeydew, 90 micron specific rosin. And I actually have this jar. It's almost empty and I leave it just slightly cracked. So the lid's still on it, but it's just like half a turn opened. And it just reeks next to my bed all through the night when I'm smelling. It just smells like dank under my nose. We used to call it pot to get you busted. Truly, it got a lot of people in trouble, that flower, and it translated all the way through to the hash in a way that a lot of water hash cultivars in the early days just did not. This was like some special flavor profile that just ranked so deeply. I remember having like a tiny fan leaf that broke off a bud, just a little piece, and it fell behind my in my old office. It fell behind my bookshelf. And every time I'd walk into my office out of the kitchen or into the kitchen from my office, I'd catch a whiff of this. And one day I just finally was like, I got down on my hands and knees and I just started looking everywhere. And my wife thought I was insane. She's like, I don't smell it. I don't smell it. And I found that little leaf. And I remember holding it up and not really being able to smell it, but then I crushed it dry in my fingers. And it was like, it smelled like better than someone's half pound of their weed that was like under your nose. And I'm not even making that up. Like this weed it got people kicked out of hotels. It got people busted at roadblocks. It was really, it was very problematic flower for prohibition. I will say that. Good old Renee.
I really kind of wish because I thought of each one of you because I was in a garden with, 500 varieties from 33 different countries.
Jesus.
And not only that, we were allowed to go rub them and smell them. We were allowed to farm. We're just allowed to picture them. They already did their research. So this was open, and a third of those were type 1.
Did they ask you, Etienne, as a bald man, why you had a hair straightener in the field?
No, but hands sometimes work better than hair straighteners. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I'd need a really long extension cord.
How long do you think it would take them to evaluate 500 different plants?
Well, they've already done. I mean, they've been doing this.
But how long did it take them to do that?
Oh, some of those. Most of them were in the ground in April, May. Some were even in June. So they were 30 acres. So there's different plots. They were doing some density. But all those seem to have been all grown in that one particular field that we photographed all at the same time. So there was a lot. Again, I've never seen so many expressions of males in my life in one location ever. On top of that, every time we walked through, puffs went everywhere. And then when we'd walk by other plants, I recorded just the set here. This is the sounds of just the seeds falling. Here, I actually have the audio. I actually did it. I did it as a voice memo to get it as proper as
this is high level geekery here. He's gonna give us the audio for the cannabis seeds falling out of the hemp plants.
Oh, high level geekery is when I identify what the varieties are by the
sound of those seeds hitting down, right? Yeah, that's Sam for you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, there, let me get this.
Fuck, dude, he's not even lying. That's the best part.
That's a funny thing. Right, turn it.
Oh my god, dude, that was funny. Holy shit. All right, we're teeing up the audio here for the hash churchers. We've got 328 people watching live.
Did you catch that? That's just what would happen when you would walk by and hit one cola and,
Go again. Do it one more time.
This time with more feeling. Not like that.
Bring it back to one.
I think I heard it.
I did not hear it.
Can't hear it either. I got it all up.
Listen, dude. Oh, Etienne's muted now.
Because it's doing the wrong speaker. All right, there.
Don't worry about it. We'll live. But I just wanted to mention I had a variety which I collected up in Kashmir at I think it was 9,000 or 11,000 feet. And what was unusual about it was if you touched the plant, the seeds were like spring loaded in the flowered buds, and they would shoot out.
That's awesome. I've seen plants that do that before, not necessarily cannabis plants, but I've definitely seen nature shows where they show these like seed plants that like explode the seed and fire that thing out. It's definitely a mechanism of nature that works for us.
It's my smallest variety, more than 800 seeds to 1 gram.
Oh wow. Is that like was that Nepali or something?
No, it's from Kashmir.
Kashmir, right.
Helgam.
Yeah, those tiny little ones. And then you put them next to the giant Chinese ones. Are those the two?
Exactly. Which are 12 to the gram.
12 to the gram versus 800 to the gram. Go ahead, Etienne.
I have my audio fixed, so now it's set to my microphone. It should be able to hear now. Whoops. I hit record, sorry. Seat drop. That's what it would sound like. Did you catch that?
To me, it sounded like the sound of one hand clapping.
I love
Mojave, I was telling that was the sound every time we walked by certain branches.
And if you guys, if you had the actual audio file and heard it, it almost sounds kind of like a rain stick. It's just, it's really groovy. And it was far out though, because they were one of the big things that they're looking at, because there's a lot of seed varieties in there, grain varieties, is fracturing rates, which is how, when the bract releases the seed and it just falls to the ground. And the real high rate of fracturing, even among seed varieties. So the efficiency of holding on to those seeds, obviously for grain harvest, is really important. So that was one interesting trial that they were doing, or some of the interesting research.
There were only a handful of purple flowers, which I was surprised by, because we're up in northern mid New York. I was expecting a little more purpling in some areas. But I was also saying, Mojave, it was fun to walk through, because between you and Rob, you knew a lot of the nasal expressions, what you were smelling, or at least origins of, this one definitely smelled equatorial, this one had more African notes, this one Arabian notes. It was rather just fascinating, just given the sense, since we were able to put our hands on the plants and smell them, to smell such different plants right next to each other, because usually they adopt certain, sometimes floral opportunities. So the distinctness was there with each varietal. Don't you agree, Mojave?
Yeah, certainly. And even at one point, I remember when we came across one that was just straight bubblegum. I was like, no, that's not bubblegummy, that's bubblegum. Remember 30% were type 1s, and they got them from all different places. So yeah. And there was one, the purple variety that Etienne found, which was actually one of the most straight up, just like market friendly, like sitting in the middle of everything. You could cut that down and trim it and hang it, and it, looked like bud. But it had straight like purple Kush, NorCal, like flashback. It's like Rob smelled it right away. He's like, well, that smells like purple indica.
Did they have skunk #1?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
No, I don't know. I didn't give it to them.
Yes, we smell varietals that we swore were skunk. Yes.
Okay.
And Sam, I'm not 100% up to date on all the acquisition protocols that they had to follow, but I'm assuming they had a pretty wide variety. I know Texas A&M is pretty open to like bringing things in. It's like if things test hot or not, it's
pretty easy to collect the seeds. That's pretty legal now in the U.S. because there's no THC in the seeds.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
You missed a good one, Mojave, when Etienne was going to play the sound of the seeds. I said, well, that's high level weed geekery right there. And Sam followed it up with like, no, high level weed geekery will be when I identify the cultivars from the sound of the seeds.
Right, exactly. Well, you definitely, I'm sure you can identify the origin, right, Sam? Just on is it?
I can tell what part of the field it was grown in which country.
Right. And I mean, I would have been a joy to actually walk through with you, because you would have been you would have been identifying everything just by either visual or smell.
Yeah.
Rob's pretty damn good at it. And
he is.
Mojave's not a slouch.
Yeah, you know what, and I have this thing where there's a lot of cannabis is hard sometimes because it's so big and so vast. Like you find little notes of everything in there, and going through all these feral varieties and all this stuff, like you smell cannabis. There's definitely this ubiquitous note that's there, which is really impressive. But I want to show you guys this one picture of Rob with a feral in an apple field next to the fiber field from, this is last year's escape, which I thought was really interesting because, for one, look at the structure of the flower was totally different than the fiber next to it was just big long stem with a cola on top, like typical high density hemp. But as soon as that thing went feral, it was back to just being cannabis. And it's like, look, I'm going to branch and candelabra and make this beautiful plant. And it was just sitting a couple hundred feet away from this big fiber field. Anyway, that, like in the USDA's apple trial field, you know, and like cannabis is like, yeah, I'm coming in here. I'm going to plop myself right in here. And nice just to see them go like, yeah, you're cool. You can stay.
And grow some fat buds.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. Really nice. I like seeing the pictures, man. That's cool that that's going on right now, that you guys are able to go down and enjoy that and geek out on some flavors. And Etienne was saying like 30 plus countries, like hundreds of varieties. That's pretty sweet.
We'll never see anything like it again.
And now you'll see bigger and better.
Exactly. It's next step time, because I mean they're researching with it now, and they see the they see the potential. They definitely see the industrial. That was the great thing, was to see quite a few of the industrial players involved in the discussion, and not the industrial CBD market. So I know that they were also making, and as I stated, they're weaving their own fabrics. They're talking, of course, about the building materials, etc. So they realize the industrial applications, especially, but they still need our help and guidance. So, they want to make sure they do it right, but they're, I think, now overwhelmed by the diversity and now opportunities. There's not many plants that have this type of commercial availability or opportunity, from the seed all the way, etc. I don't need to go through the whole Jack Herrera speech, but we've all been there. But they now, the researchers, USDA, now get it. And now it's going to be an interesting shift, because again, now with them growing in these 6 different areas, soon they're going to have acclimated genetics available in the coming years for you to get from. Currently, they can sell you, the USDA can sell you their germplasm as long as it's the 0.3% varietal. And hopefully with the rescheduling, that's going to change too. And therefore their whole germplasm, all those varietals that they keep and breed, they will be available to you.
And you got to remember that the USDA 10 years ago had no collection, had no seeds, and they had pretty much destroyed any hemp work that they had over the last 50, 70 years.
Yeah. My biggest concern is that, just what Etienne said, the direction, there's so many paths they can take. And I feel whatever path organizations like the USDA take are kind of going to dictate the terms around cannabis in the future. Because they could easily narrow what that definition is and say, oh, for microbial reasons, or for, we don't want too much of this compound in there, and then just classify cannabis in this narrow lane, and then say, and we've developed these amazing varieties, which we've also patented, and we have in working with collaboration with Cornell and such industry side. And next thing you know, it's Red Delicious apples, and everyone's just like, hey, these are the 5 varieties that grow well for the farmers and harvest well and this and that. And all the other ones have to go through a little bit of a rigorous path to get there. And maybe they're legal, and it's not about making it legal and not, but just the sheer strength and momentum that a USDA type can, like, clearly they display.
In the EU, you cannot legally grow and sell non-registered EU varieties of corn or tomatoes. I mean, you can grow them for your own personal use, but you can't sell them commercially.
And Sam, one of the things that they highlighted at length were the grain and fiber varieties that were developed by Cornell, which had amazing resistance. And it was a little bit of an advertisement there, which is obviously that's part of the thing. You want to move, you want to push things forward. But you see that's just the way it works. That's the way UC Davis works in viticulture, and that's the way ag and government and industry work with all the other crops. So I'm totally cool with it.
If you look at grapes, it has to be certified virus-free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's no reason why cannabis can't become that.
Yeah, and that field highlighted that in a big way, because it It was kind of a weird, just like, let's just see this thing happen to me. That's because they clearly wasn't a breeding experiment. It was,
Did,
you know,
did
something
they
else.
check their stuff for hop latent viroid before they grew it?
No, I don't believe so. It was all from
Because
seed, but
it
they're
can all be
collecting
transmitted by pollen, you know.
100%, dude. That whole valley is just filled with everything that's there. But one of the far out things I was going to mention is that when you walk in a field of 500 different accessions of all different types, and it's a lot of pest pressures, a lot of pathogen pressure, and then all of a sudden you see a few plants that are just sitting there, boom, green, healthy, flowers, no bugs, no mold. And you realize like, this is selective pressure. Like this is the whole point. It's like, well, you got to pick the right plants. And you know, so
And
we
it's
just hope
exposed
that-
to pollen that might have hop latent viroid.
sure. I just hope the plants they pick get as high. That's my only thing, you know.
What he
I
said.
also hope that.
I think you're right, Mojave. I think there's a narrative, and sometimes the culture behind science gets in the way, like there's an ego there, that's hidden behind a lot of that, where the narrative is that I'm going to put my name on it and it's going to be this and we're the best at that. The interesting thing I think is that there's so much room here and so much time for that to even begin to happen that, I commend them for trying and to what, to do what they're doing. But to your point, there's just, it's a mess of ideas together right now, to your point. And how do you really grab onto any one of them to really make it meaningful? Like, how do you be great at something when you're just, barely doing it, all at once? So I think to your point, there's a lot of room there, but I think it is dangerous when you want to distill it all the way down to, I think we've talked about this together, even with Rob, when I asked you guys, like, what would happen if we had sativa become valuable again? Like 20, like how do you capture the 26 weeks or the extra 12 weeks that you're putting into it that could ensue to make that make sense at scale? And the simple answer was turn back time, right? And it's unfortunate, but we have an opportunity here to learn and push this thing forward, but there's just so much room, man. Like, I don't know. I look at the genome sequencing as like this amazing thing that it's not really, it's not broken down and compartmentalized enough for us to use them as tools yet. It's still very conceptual. So
It's really quantity or quality. And quality was always number 1, 2, and 3 for me. I mean, quantity, there's lots of ways to grow it faster, cheaper, more, but quality should be the clarion call.
right. Well, I look at like Fletch, right? He's a good example of someone who focuses on quality. He's a super fan of great flavor profiles, and really selects towards things I think that have proven to become really good growing plants in commercial settings. Like Rainbow Belt's #1 is a great hasher, and you can grow that all day in commercial settings. So more of that, I think, is what I see is needed. I agree, but instilled in perhaps, a bigger, broader conversation about like what's great. Could we use it for grain, like Mojave has talked about? Can we make better?
I think it's why it's important that people also always like, yes, there's an industry and the industry will be driven by what the people want. And as the pool of people changes and they're less caring of quality and all of these other things, it will become sort of once again our job to make sure that the people who really are all about quality and purity and exceptional cannabis sort of protect that the best they can, because that's probably, there's probably not going to be any 26-week hazers that are like hitting the shelves, consistently in the future, when most people are like pretty stoked on floor sweeping sprayed with distillate and botanical terps and sold at a gas station. And you can't fight that. It's like, and I'm not like mocking it or belittling it. I'm saying it's the majority. It's like, here we are trying to sell everyone a Rolls Royce, and they're pretty happy driving around in a Prius.
Well, it's like wine or anything else. I mean, there are people who are happy what they can buy at 7-Eleven, potato chips, ice cream, and whatever variety of distillate they can get. But yeah, there's also people who care and know, and there will always be a minority market of very, 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 very top quality. Whether the price structure is ridiculously high or not is a separate issue. But there will be quality, and that's all I'm interested in. And I think that's all you're really interested in, Marcus.
Yeah,
it's true.
Well, there's a lot of premium. There's a big span of what premium products can be for other commodities, and we don't have that in cannabis. And you guys mentioned that. I think in a couple weeks we're talking about the best producers competing with the worst in a really close range of value. And like when Sam mentioned wine, the first thing I thought of is like ice wine, like dessert wine, where like you grow it and they let botrytis infect the bunch and it slowly dehydrates the grape, and then you press it and then like you sell it for $100 a bottle because it's just really hard and really amazing. But it's a story that you tell with all those other products more than the product itself. Like
Well, I hope you're not
with people.
selling weed like that, Mojave.
No, but you could sell, products.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, we could. I really do think we could. And I went just to Colin's point about sativas and narrow leaf varieties and that have that unique chemistry, is that once you sell that story to that consumer and then they experience it, if they can afford it, which is the big fucked up part, like if you can afford it, then you do go back. And that's what wine has proven, because a $500 bottle of wine has the exact same amount of ethanol as a $2 bottle of wine. But people, the experience and the story and the narrative behind it is so sexy that people can't resist it, And that's why Napa exists, and that's why Bordeaux exists. It's not because of the drugs that they provide.
I think a lot of the passion gets lost in the trying to get the dollar for your cannabis. I think that I'm glad that, what exists is sort of the roots of where Wade comes from, in the like, when you have an opportunity and you're not put in a commercial grow and you're not like handcuffed under regulations and HR and QA and all of these things, but instead you're like, oh, I'm just growing some flower that happens to be incredible medicine for sick children or whatever. Now all of a sudden that passion has a place to really expand and be fed by something that's just so much more real than my company did like 3.2 million last year. We're on the right, we've got the good margins. And I get that that's a part of it. I'm a part of that. I just know that I never felt better about cannabis than when I was offering philanthropy to the BC Compassion Club and to Hillary Black. And it always like, I didn't need to like talk about it or have people know about it. It just made me feel so good that I look forward to getting some more of that back in my life in the upcoming years with my relationship with cannabis.
I think it's interesting where cannabis is seeming like such a sponge in the environment in a way, and a sponge to the soil with what it contains to uptake it. And I think, something I'm noticing come around for information, where I'm still medical here for 18 years in a row and now in domain here for 7, that I'm hearing some medical patients come back and kind of, in curiosity of asking even why does this make me feel better than another product or another even of the same product from a different provider. And I guess kind of seeing like I wouldn't know how to put it, but it seems that intact what the affects the effect would also be the energy, I guess, if you will, of how it was produced, between what scale, but also the mentality that, the wellness, the people. I think a big one is if the people working with it are actually happy in what they're doing to provide it outward too. And it just seems to have a really huge sponge effect of that, enough to hear it kind of come back around, at least here personally, and kind of want to share that, where I know we can kind of, focus, we can make it broad and narrow it down into this type of time, and definitely package it up like, and that is valid in terms of the market. But then there's also, I think, beyond entourage effect where the terpenes come in, but the entourage, the deep entourage, which is how was it produced? Why? Where? What kind of water? Water's so huge. So it's like clean water first is so huge, where even into the grape world and into the terroir, where you think like municipality grows, not knocking them, but it's definitely a municipality water source. And in terms of like how they treat it would actually kill a lot of the biology into the plant, and not knocking it either, but it's just a different form, a different source. So I think when we're, talk about like the niche, recipients too, I would guess it's probably like 10%, if that, but it seems an awareness is growing, is what I would say too.
For sure. I mean, listen, people don't know when they get into cannabis how deep the rabbit hole goes. And there are more and more people who have jumped down that rabbit hole. Maybe not as deep as many of you on the panel, but hey, if you're in the rabbit hole, all it takes is, I wonder how much deeper this goes. You ask yourself that question and then you can't escape it. You're like, well, I'm going to have to find out. I've never found the bottom of the cannabis rabbit hole. It just seems to continue to inspire me and blow me away on a daily basis, and just feel grateful for that.
Yeah, just ask the mushroom eating caterpillar as well along the way.
Right. Exactly. Just ask me while I'm eating mushrooms. I'll tell you.
We saw cannabis eating caterpillars along the way.
Oh, I bet you did.
Rob's down at the caterpillar level. I had a picture of him. He's all just down. He's got his. It's incredible. It's just.
That's awesome.
My camera.
Well, we still have 300 plus people watching in the room. It's amazing that people will hang out for 3 and 4 hours and listen to us blabber on about our love of cannabis. Sam's been on point today. Borderline stand-up comedian, had me rolling in my chair a couple of times. Like, holy shit, dude. One-liners, just like.
I just can't help myself. I think of it and I gotta squirt it out there.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm glad that you do. Never stop being you. We appreciate it. Some funny shit.
Well, he thought of you all the time there this week, Sam. Not going to deny, because your imprint was all over that garden, whether you like it or not. It was definitely represented there, and yes, you could definitely smell the foundations throughout. So I just want to say, on behalf of society and mankind and other animals, thank you for all your decades of hard work regarding cannabis, because it is I know you're at the twilight and at the later part of things, but the decades of foundations that you have laid are coming to a fruition that I hope you were able to live another 20 years to see. But Rob and I had that discussion that he knows.
I hope so too, but I have no idea, and I'm pretty fearless. I'm going to continue on until I stop continuing.
I just wanted to thank you again.
Yeah, well, that's a big part of Hash Church, is to be able to get these elder OGs stories and their perspective, and like that's one of the main reasons I keep it going right now, are for you guys, because it's so important, and just having Soma come in, it kind of helped me realize that, kind of like, oh yeah, like I gotta ask these guys some questions. I gotta get into it. I gotta open them up and get some of these stories. I loved your origin story today, Wade. I was like chuckling away in my mind, just picturing you as the Boy Scout leader guy, like teaching kids to swim. Like, of course, you were empathetic and compassionate even in your younger years, and then to have like the whatever they were called, the other Boy Scout dudes, like turn you on to herb, is like, that's just that's an Americana story right there.
It was good Jamaican.
It was good Jamaican. Oh my God. Thank you for adding that. I didn't even think to ask. My God, that shit was probably like $400 a pound back then.
But you remember their motto, always be prepared.
I'll tell you something about Jamaican. It's more often than not that you hear the term good in front of it. It's like, oh yeah, that was like the Jamaican hash was really strong hash. That gum that they would collect off the hammers and sledgehammers from smuggling the weed, like that was strong hash. I smoked a lot of the other hash as well, and it just wasn't as strong. That Jamaican hash was like 3 times stronger than hash that I'd smoked from Lebanon or Morocco or Afghanistan. Keep in mind, I only smoked it in the 80s. I didn't get to smoke it in the 60s or the 70s.
Well,
Well,
we smoked Jamaican hash that we made water processing in Negril,
Yes.
and that stuff was pretty darn good.
Well, I knew, listen, you won't even realize how good that stuff was because it was you, but I had been hanging out and knowing you for a while and had never seen you smoke anyone else's hashes except your own. And that was the first hash that I ever had that you were like, yeah, that was from the doctor up on that crazy mountainside. The guy had like 7 foot long dreads, and they called him Geronimo because he drove his car like 120 kilometers an hour through like Negril, through the small like street. He'd just be like ripping, and they'd be like Geronimo as he ripped by. So every Jamaican has like 9 nicknames, and the doctor was no different. And that was like a blueberry skunk or something, and it was so nice. That was seriously strong, 6-star full melt bubble hash, and Sam actually smoked it. So I was like, holy shit, I felt like I found something and made something that is at least on par with what he's currently smoking. It was like a big moment
Well,
for me.
I did like it a lot, and since I was only in Jamaica for a set period of time, I wanted to enjoy it while I could.
Absolutely. Well, as we did. Sam, another great move that Sam did in Jamaica while we were there, we rented this big house on the water, and he goes out and there's like the big trucks are delivering shit to the stores in the morning. And he just goes out right in front of the store owner and buys like cases of ting from the drink guy. Like, I just thought that was so Jamaican as well, in the sense that, like, dude, the store owners, could you imagine trying to pull that off in New York? Like the store owner's sitting right there, his deliveries are coming in, and you're just gonna wholesale buy like a schwack of whatever it is. That was an awesome
I
move.
like Ping.
Yeah, yeah, I like Ting too. It was like a nice little
the
lemony
only problem I
beverage.
have with I know you guys were talking about the Boy Scouts, and I have nothing against them, although I was kicked out because I didn't like our first name. I was a Weeblo. Starting off as a Weeblo is, I think, is just a terrible thing for a kid to experience as a name, especially societally giving the names that are out there. I know it's Native American and you're supposed to have that, which means they just stole that from, cultural appropriation. And but I'm glad you went that route, Wade. They kicked me out because I couldn't build a good boat. I did the matchstick raft. I didn't make a boat, and therefore I was
Then they
fired.
kicked you out for that?
No, we moved, so it was
Okay,
just no longer
okay.
around. But
It's
as
like
a, as
throwing
a
them under the
child and having the
bus.
uniform, because I wore my Boy Scout uniform, I think in my first grade class picture, we were all allowed to wear our Boy Scout outfits to wear, and I still have it somewhere, and a little blue hat and a little scarf and everything. And it was such a big thing, and I have to leave that. And that was an early trauma.
I smoked weed with my Cub Scouts den mom when I was like way too young to smoke weed.
Yeah, and apparently I was in the wrong tribe too. Jesus Christ.
Well,
True.
no, it wasn't quite that simple. I was actually in LA at that point, and she volunteered, and like I show up at the school, and she's the den mom, and I walk in there and I'm like, holy shit, I know her through my family, and like we've puffed, and yeah. So I never made it to Boy Scouts either. And she was never a den mom ever again either.
Just puffing with all the kids.
Yeah, it's just like,
Yeah, she became your dealer, right?
I liked the Boy Scouts when I joined it, but what I found out was that they had all these rules that were different than the rules I believed in. So after a few months, I quit.
No
Yeah,
Eagle Scout for Dave. Nope.
not happening. I never did it. I think I don't even know if it was what it was called here in Canada. Maybe it was Boy Scouts. I don't know. I just never did it. I did the you know what? I did two of the three most likely to be molested while living in the prairies in the 70s, which was like hockey coach, Sunday school, but I skipped the Boy Scouts. So, and I'm not trying to throw those institutions under the bus. You just know that wherever young kids are, that's where those sickos will sort of find themselves. And so I had great hockey coaches. I don't remember the priests too much. I wasn't into religion much. I just kind of felt like it wasn't too real for me. But I loved my hockey coaches. They were like mentors and awesome dudes and just like leading the way for young kids to, you know, to become better young men kind of thing. And so I do got to give out a shout out to all my
And they
coaches over
must
the
have
years
been
for
good
hockey and
coaches.
soccer.
They must have been good coaches because you have all your teeth.
Exactly. Exactly. They were good coaches for sure. So, did you almost spit your drink out on that one, Mojave, when I said that? You're muted, but I get the idea. Oh, geez. Oh my goodness. Just mellow today. Really nice to hear all everyone's stories and have Soma visit. It's been too long since I saw Soma. That was pretty awesome to have him in here telling stories and kind of inspired me to get some out of Wade and get some out of Sam. Sam always tells the best stories too. It's just you know, you guys have so many that I feel that what the real trick is A, reading the chat and asking the questions that people have. Because it's sometimes you feel like you know someone, you stop asking them questions. And in fact, there's tons I don't know about you guys. So we'll have to get more insightful over the next couple of months and get more stories out of you guys for sure. Because it's important for people to hear them and to experience them. And you know, you guys are like you're like the Sunday friends of like thousands of people that are just, you know, what they 4 or 5,000 people watch this every week. And yeah, we're the ones sharing the stories to keep them entertained. So I always try to ask their questions. I know Etienne's in there often a lot as well. And I wished I told Soma about it because there was tons of people asking Soma about stuff that I didn't really get to ask that I normally would have. But man, I still got a broken arm. I'm just not using the sling anymore. But
Yeah, I was kind of wondering, what are you because CBD supposedly helps with, bones reparations, right? So what are you puffing on for your pain? I'm just really curious because I know you've got a vast stash, and so you've been dealing with pain. So
dude,
maybe it might help some people with some pointers and directions.
yeah, I mean, honestly, I puff all of my rosins and hashes that I have. I've got all sorts of nice full mouth hashes that I've gotten given to me from different people. But I will say the top thing I've done for pain almost since the day I broke it has been edibles. And just I usually take like 10 milligrams when I wake up. And if it's hurting, I'll, you know, eat another one, maybe even another one. No more than 50 or 60 milligrams in a day. I find when I take a 10 milligram or a 20, which I do either in the morning or late at night, and then have a puff, I get just brought into an absolutely beautiful place of like, it just almost instantly reduces my inflammation to the point where it's below threshold and it's not annoying me or, you know, the bane of my existence, like the thing that I have to be focused on. That's kind of the way I see cannabis and pain relief is that you're just trying to get inflammation down below the threshold, so it's not the pure focus of your day. I also find when I do that at night, it allows me to get into like a deep, like theta level sleep where healing actually occurs. That's where you get better. You don't get better if you're sleeping on the surface and any little thing is waking you up and you're not able to get into that deeper sort of frequency or vibration of sleep. So it has been huge for me, has been the edibles. And I got to give my homie Dave a shout out from White Rabbit, who's been hooking me up with just these amazing gummies. They're all kind of just healthy gummies. They're not full of sugar. He sweetens them with organic brown rice syrup, and they're just they're the tasty tasties, just 10 millis at a time. But otherwise, the hash, I've been really enjoying hash lately, more so than like all day today. I puffed Piatella, which I've now finished. I think I have the tiniest little bit of the Piatella that my homie Mark Hallett gave me. And if you guys remember Mark, he's the trichome farmer guy. He was the guy that sent me clones in these. These were the clone holders that he sent me the clones in. So with like LED lights inside, so they didn't change flower or whatnot. But like, can you imagine? These are what he sent me, like some clones in, like
Yeah, I've
super sick tattoo art, bro.
never had a clone delivery like that. It's usually just I get a tray with it. That's about it. And maybe a dome, maybe a dome.
Well, I'll tell you, I couldn't throw them out, even though they're just PVC pipes. I just couldn't throw them out because, and of course, okay, Mark, the thing that I should have probably mentioned first, how he first reached out to me was he wanted to name one of his cultivars the Hash Church. So he's the gentleman that bred the Hash Church. So I'm sure if any of you ever wanted to get some Hash Church seeds, Mark would be more than willing to help you out there. It was one that was just absolutely coated in resin, like beyond coated. It was absolutely absurd how covered in resin this plant was. So yeah, I got some Hash Church, and he's done a bunch of other different cultivars. And so it was his Piatella that I've been puffing. And even crazier is he's from Ontario. I've only met him one time. We met him with Grandmaster LED at the Grow Op event this couple of months ago. But he's now in Whistler, just up the road from me. And I'm actually going to have a dinner with him and his wife and my wife tonight. They're coming in after Hash Church, and we're going to hang out and actually I should probably save a few rips of this Piatella for him, as it was a very generous gift. And yeah, when he said he wanted to make Hash Church, he sent me the picture of it, and I was like, worried that it was maybe like those hooked trichomes that like look like trichomes but aren't, and it's not a washer at all. And so he actually sent me a bag of like the smalls and trim and was like, "We'll run some." And I ran it into bubble and I photographed it, and it was absolutely beautiful hash. And so yeah, shout out to Mark for just hooking it up and being an all-around cool guy. People you meet in this cannabis world.
Sam, what's the most exotic thing you've received clones in?
Just small plastic objects without lights. Although I certainly know people who have transported clones that they later gave me that did have LED lights in them. But no, I mostly I grow from seed, to be honest. But yeah, I've gotten a lot of very interesting clones, and yeah, I don't have any clones anymore. All I got is seeds.
You're muted, Etienne.
Best Friend Farms, what's the most exotic thing you ever got clones in?
Received in? Oh, exotic. Geez, I think it was a red Solo cup.
How exotic.
I feel like I'm gonna win this one if it's like
you have it hands down. Nobody I know is exotic. You've got the artistic representation that need to go in the museum whenever Michael and everybody and Sam all donate their place to a museum. That needs to go there too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it shows the level at which Mark is going down this rabbit hole. I love when other people's rabbit hole is like taking an even different twist and turn and go. I'm like, whoa! I never thought to send clones in such beautiful like he just cut the PVC pipe and painted that on there, and like I don't know, it's just it's outrageous. I love it. I got a question from Mojave by Jabo Londininium, ATGRN and PLSNT. Wow, that's quite a name, bro. Hey, Mojave, loving your work. You got any sage seeds or should I buy Adams instead? I have a sage and sourcut, but miss the sage.
Oh man, I never really produced seed for sale ever. I basically I just made crosses and I gave parents to TH seeds. So all the sage seeds that have ever really been distributed in this world came from TH seeds. I've kept a small personal collection in order to continue breeding. But no, I've really never distributed seeds. So if you get them from TH seeds or get them from your friend.
And Mojave, even THC seeds. The first sage they had the clone of was very, very high quality. The second one they have was just not the same.
Yeah, man. I know. And honestly, that's an agronomic thing, which was kind of a bummer because when I left Amsterdam, I left, a couple of females and one of them was just amazing. And then one of them was the yielder, the producer, the earlier flower, the whole thing, it's always hard.
No, the trickster.
Yeah, so it's just hard and yeah. Preservation, man, hey, you guys, tissue culture, banking, genetics, save special plants.
I had the sage clone just to grow out, and I liked it really, really a lot. They used to make Adam used to make those. They were like a little credit card hash covered with plastic.
Laminated hash, Sage 2,
Yes.
Sage 2.0.
Yes, and
Yeah, dude, the katsu.
I would have really good skunk, and we would make a few that were blended, skunk and sage, and absolutely wonderful.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I have two stories I got to tell real quick. Rob, on the last day at the USDA thing, he wore Adam's old TH Seeds, Drop Seeds, Not Bombs t-shirt.
Yeah, I've got one.
Which was killer because he just wore it like right out, just boom. So, that was fun. But the other thing, Sam, I have one of the clones, I have the sister clone, not the prize. And it's 30 plus, no, it's about 30 years old now. And I haven't flowered it in years. And I flowered out one little plant, just one little plant in the backyard. It was actually just a little trial plant that I threw in my little strawberry patch. And that thing flowered out. I didn't even water it or feed it or anything. And it was just dying. And I went over there and I touched that bud and smelled it. And I was like, skunk one for sure. So skunk one. So the original sage female that I randomly don't know where it came from, I am now so positive it was hay skunk. And I crossed that to a African Afghani that I brought from Big Sur. But that original female, the one that was the special one, dude, because it was the melange was in there, right? But then when I took that other one and haven't smelled it for so many years and smelling it again, I haven't smelled it for over 20 years. And that skunk one marker note smell was so strong.
When I grew it, it made smaller plants, smaller buds, but super, super high quality.
Yeah. That's the pheno that made the big buds and the pheno that was chunkier, that was the one that had the skunk one side to it. So that's what, yeah. So just anyway, etch that in stone. I'm positive now that the original sage was a skunk one times haze.
Did you have a second story?
No, it was just the first story was Rob's t-shirt. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm all baked. I'm like, you did tell two stories, you fucking cooker. Oh, yes. Still 300 people watching live. We might make it till 1 o'clock today. It's quite possible. Looks like a pretty beautiful day out here on the West Coast. I will say that. I'm gonna have to get down to the beach and chill out later on with my son's. I don't know.
Let's ask the question. What are you smoking on? What are you smoking on there, people in the head? What are you smoking on, Marcus, Colin, Mojave, Wade? I mean, Wade, we were talking pain, and of course you're dealing with your cancer and everything else. What's been your kind of cannabis regimen to help with your pain, since you went from provider to people in pain to now being on the other end? What lessons have you learned that you could share with us?
Well, I would echo what Marcus said, edibles. I actually eat a lot more hash than I smoke these days. And I'm loving the different tastes that I find in the preparations that people have provided me.
Are you eating THC or THCA?
It would be THCA, Sam.
Oh, because
Uh-huh.
that doesn't get you very high.
No, it doesn't. But I'm also eating, for example, one of the preparations that a good friend makes for me is a small capsule, a single lot capsule in sesame oil that has 35 milligrams of THC and 15 milligrams of CBD. And I take a couple of those a couple times a day, and
Yep.
that makes things pretty lovely, I got to say. And then every once in a while, like this morning, I rolled up some cannabis along with some really beautiful hash. It's GMO and something else. And I've been pleasuring myself by actually smoking and inhaling this morning. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good and chipper.
This is my Zittle's rosin. If I'm holding it right.
You are now.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
It works. Rob likes it.
This is lemon limes from, let's see, who's this by? Community Cannabis. Very nice, very nice. Very tasty rosin.
This is Asian Fantasy OG times Sage. And that's pretty killer, I have to say.
And I want to dedicate to our cannabis embassy people out there at the what works at the UN. They're doing a lot of good work. So we're coming up real soon to try to keep on changing the laws internationally. So much work, everybody.
I'm hitting the apricot full melt. It's like super red, but it's not really coming through on the camera.
It's great. I have some blueberry banana times banana OG. Super good.
Woo-wee.
I got some Piatella here, or some cured melt. That's my gas mask right there.
Oh, that looks nice.
This is some full melt here too.
I'm gonna need you to send that to my PO Box 474 at.
We gotta figure something out there.
I gotta come visit you, man. Fucking chill in your pad.
Same. We'll swap.
Has anybody tried Chiquita banana?
The varietal?
No, that's only a weak attempt at a joke.
That's bananas.
We think we've all tried that one, right? Isn't there only one or two species of banana?
No, there's lots of species, but there's only a few that are commercialized.
Right.
So what of them, how many are there? Because I know there was a disease like 3 years ago that nearly wiped the whole industry out, right?
Yeah, the industry, not the varieties.
Got it.
Cavendish, I thought was the only one. I thought that was the main one.
I read an article that there is another blight that's hitting bananas, and they're worried that they could go extinct.
Yeah.
Again.
I feel like there's banana connoisseurs that are keeping those cultivars alive. They're on Banana Church right now, and we don't even know they all exist. They're a bunch of old fucking cool dudes that are all into the bananas, and they've like, I got this one variety of banana I picked up in Mozambique back in 1962.
Wait till I put this brulee on this here too. Ooh,
some of my favorite banana varieties are small finger varieties, which are really, really thin skin and so creamy and soft. I mean, they're unbelievable.
Where can you get those?
Like India?
Want some now.
Probably Costa Rica. I like pineapple banana.
Here's your T-shirt.
Yep, that's it.
Yep, he wore
Oh,
that the
yeah.
other day in front of all the doctors and professors.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he said, you know, I'm just advertising for other people nowadays. I don't care. What are they going to do? Like, well, you are the man.
It's awesome.
It's hilarious because many of us we're all dressed professionally and not, we've all hidden our cannabis personas, so to say. So it's cute to see Rob just like flaunting it like he's got it.
That's actually my wife's T-shirt, and she wears it, I don't know, about once a week.
You have an amazing wife.
I quite literally have hundreds and hundreds of cannabis T-shirts. I'll never be able to wear them all, but they're fun. I collected them.
Well, that is what's up, dude. Those have to continue on like long into the future. Your shirts are historical. Gotta.
Yeah, we gotta have that. We gotta get that museum. Are you donating your stuff someplace, Sam, or what's gonna happen with your collection?
I don't know. I'll probably leave it to my granddaughter, who I hate to say it, but she'll probably sell it all on eBay. I won't care at that point because I'll be dead, but
Right.
I would have preferred it was all kept as a collection.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You guys
That's
could put
okay.
it together an awesome museum, like a traveling museum between you and Rob and Michael Crowitz and a few of our other friends. You could like have like the dope version, the hemp version, the history version, the gear version. I mean, just so many different. I mean, come on. We got to figure out how to curate that into something. It's amazing. People, we talk about some of the shit you guys got, and people just like, I didn't even know that existed. It's like, yeah, well, it's insane.
There are many cannabis museums around the world. There's a surprising number. Some only a few for drug cannabis, but at least 100 for hemp in most European countries, etc. Because it's a tradition.
Yeah, but they're not all equal. Like definitely Ben's done an incredible job in Barcelona in that whatever 16th century building that he like didn't restore, but like didn't rebuild, he restored it. He like brought back.
I saw it before it was restored and during and after.
Yeah,
amazing.
It's incredible. Totally incredible.
It's
I've got a couple of
incredible
good
what he
videos
did.
on it.
No, I
Really
did
is.
too. I saw the before, the during, and then the after. And yeah, it is the best museum ever. So why don't you donate your collection to Ben then, Sam, if you wanted to maintain it? You just don't feel he has enough of a drug collection there.
Well, first of all, he's got a lot of stuff, probably a bigger collection than I have.
Right.
But some of my stuff is very unique. For example, I collect police patches with cannabis on them, and I have 1,700 different ones from around the world, all with cannabis on them. And yeah, you have to be pretty much a sicko to do that, but
it's a cool collection.
I sat and went through it, so I must be a sicko for looking through that entire collection when I was at your place, because it's an amazing collection of hate yet an appreciation of cannabis through its representation of the culture that is the police versus the us versus them. We have our mentality. So to really see the immersiveness of your collection really gives a perspective of the law enforcement's real disdain and absolute hate for cannabis, that they represented it as visually and as hatefully as possible. Don't you think?
The eradicators.
They have a lot of needles, death with a sickle, And so yeah, it's pretty much linked to that. If you smoke a joint, or maybe if you're in the room where one is smoked, you by the next day you will be shooting heroin and on your death.
Oh my God, dude. That's so true. It's ridiculous.
Certainly Trip. I mean, we were just on with someone, he's got to go and appear in court. I mean, all these years later, he's still dealing with it, with that, and I think it's just so.
Marijuana is not legal in the Netherlands. You can grow 5 on your the Volkstunger in your window or whatever. You can grow 5 plants. Anything more is technically illegal if
I thought you were allowed 9 kilos of personal.
the 9 kilos is if your single 5 plants are big enough.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
But
that's cool.
Nobody can grow that many,
Yeah.
that big of plants, unless I don't know, because you can't grow legally in a greenhouse. You can't do it under lights. You have to do it under natural sun and photo period.
Right.
And yeah,
a little bit tricky for sure.
Yeah.
Well, we'll send some with the good vibes.
In theory, it could be done, but in practice, it's probably difficult.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I missed the early hat part, but I heard Soma say that his NYCD was named after his dog Diesel.
That's what he said.
I've never heard that before.
Neither have I.
Neither have I.
Me neither. That's why I asked him. I wanted to hear what he had to say. He said he got the cut from Ja Levi. He got some seed from Ja Levi that he cracked, and he hit it with what was it, a Hawaiian? Was it a Hawaiian skunk?
Afghani Hawaiian.
Afghani Hawaiian. That was it. That was
Yeah,
it.
because I always wondered the diesel part, because way back in the day when I was in West Virginia, we would actually get weed smuggled in a diesel truck, and it would actually leak, and you would actually smell the diesel on the Mexican varietal compressed seed stock that we had access to. So I always wondered if there's some sort of gassy component to, where diesel came from, but dog name, of course it would be, right?
Yeah, and it's not to be confused with sour diesel, right? Let's
Right.
make sure that's
No.
known here to the viewers, at least. We all know that, but the viewers out there should be a distinct difference. But nonetheless, really great varietal, really is, I think, left a mark. I know I used to grow a lot of it. I used to grow his mango too. He had a mango that he did.
Mm-hmm. Dude, all I know is when I went to Amsterdam, he always had great bubble hash. He was always had the stash of like the goods.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you brought that herb that he grew. It was phenomenal. It was really good. It's really good. I think there was hash with it too. Can't remember.
What, at the cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to buy like a big bag of weed off of them and a big bag of hash and just flip it at the booth. Mostly I'd give the hash away in dabs, in bowls.
Yeah.
About 100 grams in 5 days. I do like 20 grams a day, just giving out hits of hash at my booth. That's all I did.
Well,
I really
I could have sworn that I was smoking 30 grams a day at your booth.
You probably were. You were absolutely. And then some asshole would be like, "Oh, I want to take a picture." And then Sam would be gone. I'd be like, "Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate that." Often the asshole would be like a really good friend of mine.
You know what? I'm gonna burn one here, and we got to think about those, because when you said Soma and him having to go to jail, it reminded us there's still people in jail for cannabis right now. Everybody, we should send one up to those that are still. I got to recently meet to finally meet him at the state fair, California State Fair, and I reminded him because while jail he was a cantina. He did a little stamp on his name with Luke Scarmazzo and other. I want to support those that are still in, and if I can help fill their canteens from time to time and just make a nice gesture. And he remembered. He was like, yo, I just want to thank you. And I was like, yeah, I'm happy to meet you. But, people remember those things. Everybody who goes to jail, don't forget, eventually they're going to remember gestures you send now, are a debt of gratitude because, prison
Well,
sucks. Everything about prison sucks. And I wish everybody were out from prison. So shout out to those that are still in, and we hope you get out soon. End of story.
very, very well put. I've been talking to Rick DeLisi lately, and we're going to have him and his dad come on and tell his story of serving
There's a prime fucking example, right?
7 years, dude. What the fuck?
Right?
What
And
the
he wondered
actual
if he was
fuck?
ever going to see his dad again. And
Truly.
I can't tell you that there was nothing happier. I broke a tear when I finally heard that they were together. I got to meet his dad at various events and stuff. I'm so happy that they're
If he would have been in federal prison, he would have gotten out years earlier. But
back.
Florida was a state prison system was a bitch.
That's an insult to bitches. That's fucking outright cruelty and third world country, type of shit they do to you in Florida, man. So I mean, strength on him for not, breaking and, riding through that and coming out on the other side, and to his family for not giving up. But nobody should have to go through that shit for cannabis ever, ever. And that we put people through that. Again, this is why the work that we're doing internationally at the UN, we're trying to make it legal by 2030 so nobody gets arrested or executed for cannabis ever again. We're going above the US's head here in other countries because the US has used its influence too many years fucking up the world and imposing our drug war. And this past year in March, 60 plus countries said, fuck you, fuck this bullshit, we're tired of it. And there's a whole reshift happening. So stand up, pay attention, get involved, and hopefully, there won't be any fathers missing sons and sons missing daughters and fathers missing just because they're in jail or because they're going to be executed just because they had a discussion in a country about cannabis. Nobody deserves that. So sorry to soapbox there, but it's really important we don't forget, those that put us where we are and those unfortunate that fell along the wayside. We always owe them a debt of gratitude and thanks for the sacrifices they made. And unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side. And some of us were luckier than others.
Yeah,
Right.
very well put, Etienne. And don't worry about it. Hash Church wouldn't be Hash Church without you giving us a few soapbox moments. I mean, that would be like D420K coming in and not saying bong rip.
Was that an official bong rip call? Because now I got.
I mean, I guess it was. I just literally hit the Carta, and I'm feeling pretty good about that.
I got to pack a bowl now. Damn it! Shit.
It's at the mothership. I'm good. The ship is
Right?
good.
Been a nice mellow Sunday hanging out with you guys. Appreciate your time.
Hitting my Mobius. I like a little straight shooter, a little Mobius.
Nice. Oh, geez, that reminds me. I got this little guy here.
Ooh, that's a cute little. Was that a
Yeah,
little
it's
egg?
it's a little Dustin Revere water
Yeah.
droplet or whatever.
That's full. Nice colors.
But then I got the old school here, dude. How about this?
Oh, yeah, look at that. I got one of them too. Oh, that's a Colin. Nice green. That's a little 101 there. It's a mini too.
It's like in between. It's like a sipper. It's perfect. It's just how I like to hit
A
things. Like,
sipper, not a ripper?
I mean, I have rippers, but when
Jesus
I
Christ, that looks like a beer glass, your banger.
but it does
Christ.
rip.
The fuck?
It's a bluegrass banger. This is my big.
Like a beer glass.
That's a bang
Dude, put it
banger.
up to the camera again and show Colin what I'm saying. Dude, I'm telling you, it looked like he was holding a fucking beer glass up to the,
Right, I'm over here.
doesn't it?
Really
It's
good.
a
Hell yeah.
glass slab. It looks like a Budweiser mug.
Love it. Cheers.
Oh my
And
God,
then
dude, that
this
is
is my. I want to show.
ridiculous.
This is my best friend made this pipe here. This rig.
Wow.
This is the Mr. Gray. This is a Scotty Rosinski piece right here. Little pineapple.
Nice. Looks great, man.
Oh shit.
I have a few Mr. Gray pieces. Mr. Gray by blah, blah, blah. The the wormholes. JD Mapleton. Yeah. JD
Okay.
Mapleton's yeah, he did two, one in purple and one in green, and they're in reverse, and I got them. I have both sisters.
Sweet.
Sick.
He does great dichro work, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, nice leaf pattern work.
Yeah, I got this when I was at Scotty's shop. He opened up his vault and I saw this one and he was like, "You want to try it?" And I was like, "Yeah, let me try it." And then he ended up being like, "You want to keep it?" I was like, "Yeah." And then
That's sick.
made a deal. And it's a lot of detail actually inside here that you can't see. And then the inside ball also has a lot of detail. I can't.
Oh, I'd love to try that. That looks
Really good. I'll bring it up sometime, Brian.
Is that Deppy
Love
Dark, the green color?
It's like dark green, but it
That's
has
his
like,
own pull. That he does a
it
pull
has,
of
like the evolution, like the monkey evolution here on it. It's pretty sick. And then these eyes on the stem. It's really beautiful.
You have to hold it in front of your body or it's
I know.
it's
Here,
invisible.
let
right
me
in front of you. And
Hold
see the
on.
banger's now disappeared because it's over your shoulder. There it is.
Let me take
Yeah.
my back.
Gotta keep the whole thing in front of you.
That's a sweet rig.
No
Yeah,
back.
that is super
Here we go.
nice.
So
So is
it's a little
that.
weird because I've just been hitting it for the past 2-3 hours. But
It's a beauty.
inside it has the same work as here and on the stem. And then this has let's take this off. Yeah, the evolution of the monkey.
Ooh.
See that? And then there's mushrooms right here on the stem here that are hard to see. But and then it's the same eyes and it's really nice. And then there's like
Seed of life.
Snowflakes here. Yeah, it's really great, man. And then this banger is from one of Scotty's collections too. I can't remember which one.
Nice.
And then the cap here. This cap.
This cap is
Nice cap. So really good work. I just like that one for some reason.
Have you seen these caps here? These Steve Bates kind of swirler thing. I'm out of the loop, but it's got this technical bottom to it, if you can see it right there.
Dude,
Yeah,
Steve Bates.
That's exactly what
causes the pearl to spin.
I love
Yeah,
it. It comes like a
that's-
whirlwind. Yeah.
Has that little
Yeah, that technology really came in to really move pearls around for sure. You know,
I
it's
like to
really
move the
helped.
full melt with this. If you get a bunch of big whack of full melt in there,
Yep.
it's really, really cool with these. And you just really riff on it, you know, like just let it have it. I'll
Yep.
try to do a vid sometime of it. It's really cool. It's just even just fun to watch while you're hitting it hard like that, you know?
Dude,
Yeah.
Steve's a pioneer, man. Like some of the stuff that he did in glass blowing, you know, just like
Oh yeah.
the focus. And I don't know if it was Hash Church or some other show or chat I used to have, but he would come in it and just blow glass for hours in this chat room that I had. I don't think it was Hash Church, but maybe. I'd have to look back. I think it predated Hash Church when I had Full Melt Bubble and I had video chat there. And yeah, he would come in and just blow glass and just create crazy shit. He'd create some crazy thing like right there and then be like, does anyone want to buy this? People would be like, yeah, I'd fucking buy that, dude.
I remember when you were doing those, I was like, he's nuts, dude. He's out there showing his face and stuff. Like, this is like, I was so
Dude.
scared.
Steve always had his back to us, so but not like me or whatever, but he was he definitely didn't care and he was just like drinking beers like a fucking maniac while he was blowing glass. He'd just be like 10 beers into this fucking session, dude, like no joke. was like, wow, I couldn't blow glass after I bet you one beer. One beer, I'd be like, ooh, I'm gonna burn myself. Like,
I think we
don't
should do a
feel like.
glass session sometime. Get Slinger on and get a few people on. Be good.
Yeah, it'd be good to talk to those old school glass blower guys. Get
Yeah,
some of
get a
them on.
glassblower edition hash church where they're all talking. Because see, when Chalice was going back in the day, that was one of the most amazing US events because all the glass blowers and hash makers went there. So you could literally hang out and watch 6 to 10 of the top glass artists sitting there, torching and then exchanging or collabing. And there needs to be more of that. You know what I'm saying? I collect collabs myself because I like one of ones personally, and collabs are completely that. So, yeah, think maybe that's something we could work up towards in the future, Marcus, because I know some glass people. I follow a ton of them on Instagram. Maybe we could create a show or something.
I just rubbed a bunch of resin in my eye, so I'll just be rubbing this eye for the next 20 minutes if you guys don't mind. In the meantime, yes, that's a great idea. Go ahead, Sam.
Etienne, do you smoke out of your most valuable rare glass bongs?
Some yes, some no.
Okay, because I know Marcus used to have a few that I didn't want to touch or have anything to do with because I've never met a glass pipe that I couldn't break.
That's what he told me the day I tried to pass him the one of one Marcel Braun from like 99, octopus and fish and all this crazy shit. And he said, oh, yeah, no, I've never met a bong I couldn't break or something like that. I was just like, oh, dude, what
Oh yeah,
the fuck are
I
you
broke.
talking about?
I have a contrabasso, and yeah, cat scared me and it hooked and it broke, and I contacted him, and he was like, "Fuck." But he was like, okay, and it's a full color changing. It's all rainbow colors, and so when you put it under a different light, the light gets darker. It's fucking a beautiful piece, and he was able to repair it for me. So that's the part of having. Yeah, see, I see that when I had a gravity event.
This is the lava lamp. Yeah, I cracked this lava. This is a collab. It's a specialized nug from a strain that I bred back in the day when I left Humboldt, Southern Humboldt. I don't know what this was worth, but it was literally first shake out of my hands with some wacky cleaning solution. And just like it was, just not even a chance. Yeah, custom lava lamp, angel food cake nug piece. So I keep it because it's so nice still, just in kind of like a reminder that, like Sam, I mean, I've met pipes I haven't broke, but I'm kind of like all glass will break.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And I remember I used to use primarily raw 8mm bongs, which were practically bulletproof. But I used to break one every 6 to 8, 10 months. I broke one.
Nice
No,
work.
you got to keep everything in their own container. Oh, look at there's an old roar.
Yeah,
I only keep out my daily driver. Everything else is in cases.
There it is right there.
What I did was I accepted my reality and always had 3 backup identical roars. So if I broke one, I don't care. I'm ready to break another one.
Yeah, that's how I am with the mothership Tauruses. I think those are the best. I mean, I have a ball rig, don't get me wrong, Colin, but I think the Taurus is the best consistent for me daily driver.
Nice.
Just a nice. I like the 6-inch. So if anybody has any they're ever looking to get rid of, I'm always happy to look at the sub 7-inch mothership Tauruses. They're just standard clear. I don't need the fancy or the glass. They're just solid, good hitting piece. Wow, what is that? Is that an old U-sheen? What is that piece?
Yeah,
This is a Max Poland.
Oh wow.
From like the late 90s. I think I got this off of.
Yeah, it looks like some
that
of
a
his
double bugs?
That marble.
Got like he's like crushed opal.
Oh yeah.
Just a nice old piece that I still to this day have. That's been this was like $1,200 US in 98 or
And
97.
do you use it or just admire it?
I still use it. I still use it, man. Yeah. It's just a nice little pipe,
Man, I lost a Snodgrass Chubbler that I had. I gave it to a friend and he just to borrow for like a day and it just broke. Never to be seen again.
Which one's that you got there, Ryan?
It's a cool one.
This is a Bob Batcham where you said Snodgrass, right? It's
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's the other name right next to Snod Batcham.
Yeah, and he whips out work all the time. I know that. He grinds and definitely makes it like affordable for people, so it's not just like a holy item, priced item. So he did this, yeah, really affordable and just nice work out to the people that
Cool.
make your own logo right on there. It's pretty cool.
I miss the days where glass blowers would just trade for oil and hash.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you, you could get some. That's how those pipes ended up being thousands of dollars. It was directly related to like dudes that just made like a kilo of butane oil or some other, that are just like trading it. Like that's how hash bean ended up getting that 100,000 euro, Meyer wire Ruhr laser gun pipe. It was like 100,000 euros, and he was just like, "Oh, it was like a kilo of BHO at $100, 100 euros a gram." I was like, "Oh, okay, it's fucking crazy."
Do you
Gone
remember
are
those?
those days?
Remember those big saxophone pieces? See them on Fish Lot with the full size sax cases. It was a Brian Bates, like
Yeah,
Brian Bates, and it was just deep bucket, huge hammer bubblers or even Shirley's, and they literally had to be carried around. When you saw the sax case come out on the
yeah,
corner, that's when you knew most likely it was a Bates. It wasn't even a musical instrument, highly likely. Yeah.
it's awesome.
Yeah, all these deadheads with these really nice pouches.
Those are great. I love those.
They always had the best pipes inside.
It's true. Pull one of those out. But wham.
Yeah, you better have something solid to go in it. They're not
Love
gonna
it.
just put anything in those pipes.
Yeah.
Well,
good old-
listen, I think we made it just past 1 o'clock. I'm excited to get out and see my family, and I'm sure you guys are as well. So I will definitely thank you all for showing up. It was great to hear some stories and just vibe out with you guys. And thanks everyone for watching. We're going to be back next week, and we'll keep it consistent. And go enjoy your Sundays, everybody. And thanks for coming on Hash Church.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, everyone.
Peace,
Peace.
everybody.